The barometric pressure readings made no sense. Stephen Torres had been staring at the data for 20 minutes, cross-referencing 3 different weather stations, and the numbers refused to reconcile themselves with physical reality. According to the National Weather Service station at Lake Quinault, atmospheric pressure had held steady at 30.12 inches of mercury throughout the previous 72 hours. The portable units he'd installed along the Hoh River Trail told the same story, except for Station 4, positioned at mile marker 8.3, which reported a consistent 27.89 inches. That kind of pressure differential didn't exist in nature, not without a hurricane, and there hadn't been so much as a strong breeze in the Olympic National Park for the past week. Stephen pulled up the maintenance logs on his laptop, searching for equipment malfunction reports. Station 4 was a Davis Vantage Pro 2, less than 8 months old, calibrated in April with 0 drift noted during the last 3 check-ins. He'd installed it himself, mounted on a western hemlock 50 yards from the trail, high enough to avoid vandalism but accessible enough for monthly servicing. The unit transmitted data every 15 minutes via a Motorola mesh network that had proven bulletproof in 2 years of operation. The coffee in his thermos had gone cold. Outside the ranger station window, October rain fell in gray sheets across the Hoh rainforest, turning the moss-draped trees into watercolor smudges. Stephen had spent 6 years as the park's climatology specialist, building a network of sensors that tracked weather patterns with precision that made the university researchers jealous. His data fed into regional climate models. His forecasts had a 93% accuracy rate. He did not make mistakes, and his equipment did not lie. But Station 4 was lying, or the laws of physics were temporarily suspended at mile marker 8.3. He opened a new window and pulled up the incident reports from the past 3 months, something he'd been avoiding since the call came in that morning about Kayla Morrison. 26 years old, experienced hiker, last seen on the Hoh River Trail 3 days ago. Her car was still in the parking lot, registration current, no signs of trouble. Standard missing person case, except Stephen had started noticing a pattern. July 19th. Douglas Brennan, 52, disappeared near mile marker 8. Found 2 days later, hypothermic and incoherent, claiming the trail had moved on him. August 3rd, Nina Volkov, 34, missing for 18 hours near mile marker 7.5. Located by SR team in a state of severe dehydration, unable to explain how she'd ended up 4 miles off trail, despite carrying a Garmin GPS Map 64. August 29th. Twins Marcus and Gabriel Ortiz, both 16, rescued after spending a night walking in circles around mile marker 9. Both insisted their compass had been working fine. September 14th. Kayla Morrison's boyfriend James Peterson, found unconscious near the same area. Released from the hospital with a diagnosis of exhaustion, but Stephen had read the EMT notes. Peterson's core temperature had been 94, 2 degrees Fahrenheit despite mild weather, and he'd had bark embedded under his fingernails as if he'd been clawing at trees. Now Kayla was gone, and Stephen's weather station was reporting impossible data from the exact center of what was starting to look less like a coincidence cluster and more like a kill zone. He pulled up the satellite imagery, overlaying the incident locations onto the topographic map. They formed a rough circle, approximately 1.3 miles in diameter, centered on a section of old-growth forest that hadn't been surveyed in detail since the 1970s. The trees there were ancient, Sitka spruce and western hemlock that had been seedlings when Columbus reached the Americas. The forest floor received less than 10% of available sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight beneath the canopy. Stephen zoomed in on the satellite feed, studying the texture of the forest. Something looked wrong about the tree distribution in that area. The spacing was too regular, almost geometric, forming patterns that his eye wanted to trace but couldn't quite follow. He adjusted the image contrast and felt something cold settle in his chest. The trees weren't randomly positioned. They formed what looked like a massive spiral, hundreds of trees arranged in a pattern that swept inward toward a central point directly beneath where Station 4 was mounted. He pulled back from the laptop, blinking hard. Pattern recognition was a survival mechanism, he reminded himself. The human brain was designed to find meaning in randomness, to see faces in clouds and conspiracies in coincidence. Old-growth forests often developed interesting distribution patterns based on soil nutrients, water availability, sunlight exposure. There was nothing supernatural about trees growing in a spiral. It was just biology, except his weather station was reporting impossible pressure readings, and 5 people had gotten catastrophically lost in the same small area in less than 3 months, and Stephen's hands were shaking as he reached for his radio. Torres to dispatch, over. Static, then. Go ahead, Torres. I'm heading out to check Station 4 on the Ho River Trail. Should be back by 1700 hours. Over. A pause. Copy that. Weather's supposed to get worse this afternoon. You sure you don't want to wait until tomorrow? Stephen looked at the data again, at the impossible numbers that had been streaming in for 3 days while Kayla Morrison was somewhere in that forest, probably injured, definitely afraid. The rational part of his brain, the part that had earned him a master's degree in atmospheric science from the University of Washington, was screaming at him to call SAR, to bring in a full team, to approach this systematically. But SAR had already swept the area twice. They'd found nothing, and Stephen's weather station kept transmitting data that couldn't exist, and something was wrong with the trees in that forest, and he needed to see it for himself before he went to the park superintendent with a theory that would make him sound insane. Negative, dispatch. Need to check the equipment before the university team arrives next week. Torres out. He packed his field kit with mechanical precision, pushing away the tremor in his fingers. Garmin GPS fully charged. Motorola XPR 755D radio with spare battery. Emergency beacon. First aid kit. Water purification tablets. Mylar emergency blanket. Weatherproof matches. Bench-made bushcrafter knife. Everything he needed to handle a routine maintenance call in a forest he'd walked 100 times. The rain had intensified by the time he reached the trailhead parking lot. Kayla Morrison's Toyota 4Runner sat alone in the lot, water beading on its dark blue paint. Stephen pulled on his rain gear and cinched the hood tight, then spent 5 minutes programming waypoints into his GPS. The device's screen glowed reassuringly, showing his position with satellite-confirmed accuracy within 3 meters. The Ho River Trail began as a well-maintained path through temperate rainforest, the kind of scenery that ended up on postcards and tourism websites. Massive trees dripped with club moss and ferns, their trunks wider than Stephen was tall. The sound of rain on leaves created a susurrus that drowned out everything else. Footsteps, breathing, thoughts. He'd always found the forest peaceful, a living cathedral where science and beauty intersected perfectly. Today it felt like walking into a mouth. Stephen checked his GPS every few minutes, confirming his position against the known trail coordinates. The device worked flawlessly, tracking his progress with comforting precision. Mile marker 1. Mile marker 2. The trail wound through stands of cedar and hemlock, crossing small streams on wooden bridges that park maintenance kept in good repair. Everything was exactly as it should be. At mile marker 3, he noticed the moss. It took him a moment to identify what had caught his attention. Stephen had studied the vegetation patterns in this forest extensively. His thesis had included a comprehensive survey of epiphyte distribution. He knew that club moss typically grew on the northern and western sides of trees, following the prevailing wind patterns that brought moisture from the Pacific. But here, for about 50 yards of trail, the moss grew only on the eastern sides of the trunks, as if the wind had reversed direction for this small section of forest. He stopped and ran his hand over the nearest trunk. The moss was thick and healthy, unmistakably thriving despite its wrong-sided orientation. Stephen pulled out his compass, checking the reading against his GPS. Both agreed on the cardinal directions. The moss was simply growing in the wrong place. A tree didn't know what direction was wrong. It responded to environmental conditions, light, moisture, nutrient availability. For the moss to grow this way, the microclimate in this area would have to be fundamentally different from the surrounding forest, and there was no topographic or meteorological reason for that to be true. Stephen photographed the phenomenon, making sure to capture the GPS coordinates in the frame, then continued walking. His field of vision seemed to narrow, the forest pressing in from both sides. The sound of rain on leaves had changed timbre, becoming something almost rhythmic, almost like breathing. At mile marker 5, he found the first mark. Someone had carved a symbol into the bark of a western hemlock about 6 feet off the ground. Stephen approached it slowly, studying the cut. Fresh sap still wept from the incision, which meant the mark was recent, probably within the last few days. The symbol itself made his skin crawl in a way he couldn't immediately explain. It looked like a spiral with 3 arms, each arm terminating in a hook that curled back on itself. The lines were deep and confident, made with something sharp and heavy, probably a large knife or small hatchet. He'd seen similar marks before, in the anthropology section of the university library, while researching indigenous symbology for a paper on traditional weather prediction methods. This particular design wasn't Native American. It looked Eastern European, possibly Slavic, the kind of protective charm that farmers once carved into barn doors to ward off forest spirits. Stephen pulled out his radio. Torres to dispatch, over. Static. He adjusted the frequency and tried again. More static, with an underlying tone that sounded almost like wind through trees, except there was no wind. Dispatch, this is Torres. Radio check, over. Nothing. He checked the battery indicator. Full charge. Signal strength showed 5 bars. The radio was working perfectly, but nobody was answering. Stephen marked the symbol's location in his GPS and continued walking, feeling the weight of the forest around him growing heavier. The rational explanation was radio interference from the terrain, even though he'd never had communication problems on this trail before. The weather station at mile marker 8, 3 was still a mile ahead, still transmitting its impossible data. At mile marker 6, he found 3 more symbols carved into trees, forming a rough triangle around the trail. At mile marker 7, there were 9, arranged in what looked like deliberate pattern. 3 groups of 3, forming a larger triangle that encompassed about 50 square yards of forest. The freshness of the sap suggested all the symbols had been carved within the past week. Someone had been out here, working systematically, marking the forest with protective charms in the exact area where people kept getting lost. Stephen's radio crackled suddenly, making him jump. Through the static came a voice, female, young, frightened. Can't find the trail anymore, the trees keep... This is Ranger Torres, Stephen transmitted, his heart hammering. Identify yourself. What's your location? Over. Moving. They're moving. Every time I turn around, they've... Say again your last. Are you Kayla Morrison? Over. Help me, please. The trees won't let me. The transmission cut off, replaced by static that resolved into a sound Stephen's brain refused to properly interpret. It was like wind, but with a pattern to it, almost like syllables in a language he'd never heard. The sound made his teeth ache and his vision blur. He shut off the radio. The silence that followed was worse than the static. Stephen became aware that the rain had stopped, or perhaps it had never been raining at all beneath the canopy. Water still dripped from the leaves overhead, but the drops fell in a rhythm that seemed deliberate, timed, almost like Morse code. His GPS showed he was at mile marker 7.4, less than a mile from Station 4. The trail ahead looked narrower than it should, the undergrowth pressing in from both sides. Stephen couldn't remember the vegetation being this thick, couldn't remember having to push branches aside just to keep walking. He checked his GPS again, still at mile marker 7.4, despite walking for what felt like 5 minutes. He looked back at the trail behind him and saw only forest. No clear path, just trees and ferns and moss-covered logs forming an impassable tangle. The trail was gone. Stephen pulled up the waypoints he'd marked in his GPS, orienting himself toward Station 4's location. The device showed him walking in the right direction, following a bearing of 287 degrees northwest, but the forest around him didn't match the satellite imagery he'd studied. The trees were too dense, their spacing too deliberate, their trunks all facing slightly inward as if watching him. He pushed through a curtain of sword ferns and found himself in a small clearing he'd never seen before. At the center stood a western hemlock that must have been 800 years old, its trunk wider than his arm span, its lowest branches 40 feet above the ground. The moss on this tree grew in a spiral pattern, wrapping around the trunk like a barber pole, defying every principle of phototropism Stephen had ever studied. Carved into the bark at eye level, repeated hundreds of times in a band that circled the entire trunk, was the three-armed spiral symbol. The carvings were old here, weathered by decades of growth, the bark having healed around the cuts in lumpy scar tissue. This wasn't recent vandalism. Someone had marked this tree generations ago. Stephen's GPS suddenly showed his position as stationary, despite his continued walking. Then the coordinates began to change in ways that made no sense. North becoming south, east becoming west. The numbers cycling through values that placed him simultaneously in multiple locations. The device's satellite lock icon flickered and died. Technology was failing. The forest was winning. He pulled out his compass, watching the needle spin lazily before settling on a direction that his GPS had just indicated was south, but his own sense of orientation insisted was east. Stephen had spent years trusting instruments over instinct, but now his instruments were lying to him, and his instincts were screaming that he needed to leave this place immediately. The trees around the clearing had formed a perfect circle. Stephen counted them mechanically, trying to focus on something concrete. 17 trees, all the same species, all the same approximate age, all with their lowest branches extending toward the center of the clearing like grasping fingers. The statistical probability of this occurring naturally was effectively zero. Something moved in his peripheral vision. Stephen spun, his hand dropping to the knife on his belt, but saw only trees. Except the trees were in different positions than they had been a moment ago. He was certain of it. The hemlock with the scarred bark had been on his left, and now it was behind him. The clearing had rotated, or he had rotated, or space itself had twisted in a way that made his inner ear scream and his stomach lurch. "This isn't real," he said aloud, his voice strange in the dead air. "This is hypoxia or hypothermia or some kind of neurological event." The trees swayed despite the absence of wind. In the pattern of their movement, Stephen saw what he'd been avoiding seeing in the satellite imagery. The spiral, always the spiral, trees arranged in a pattern that drew the eye inward and downward into some central point that couldn't exist in three-dimensional space. His field kit's barometer showed 27.89 inches of mercury, the same reading as his weather station, the same impossible reading. Stephen forced himself to breathe slowly, to think. He had a master's degree in atmospheric science. He understood weather systems, pressure gradients, the behavior of air masses. He did not believe in forest spirits or protective charms or trees that moved when you weren't looking. There had to be a rational explanation. Except rational explanations didn't account for the voice he'd heard on the radio, or the symbols carved into bark, or the fact that his GPS was now showing his elevation as negative 400 feet below sea level, despite standing on solid ground. The trees moved again. This time Stephen watched it happen. Not a sudden jump, but a slow rotation, trunks pivoting in the soil like dancers in a choreographed performance. They were closing in, narrowing the circle, and Stephen realized with absolute clarity that if he stayed in this clearing much longer, the circle would contract to a point and he would simply cease to exist in any meaningful way. He ran. The forest resisted. Branches caught at his clothing. Roots appeared beneath his feet. Ferns whipped across his face with enough force to draw blood. Stephen crashed through the undergrowth, no longer caring about direction or GPS coordinates or maintaining proper search and rescue protocols. His only goal was motion, was getting away from the clearing with the impossible tree and its spiral of scar tissue. He emerged onto what looked like the trail, except the trail was different now. The packed earth had been replaced by soft moss that muffled his footsteps. The trees on either side had trunks that curved inward, forming a tunnel that seemed to recede infinitely into the distance. Stephen's radio crackled again, and this time the voice was clear. "You shouldn't be here," Kayla Morrison said. "This place doesn't want you here." "Where are you?" Stephen demanded, spinning in a circle, seeing no one. "Kayla, what's your position?" "I'm where I've always been, where we've all been. The Leshy keeps us." "The what?" "The Guardian, the Leshy. It has 100 names in 100 languages. The old woman from Forks tried to warn me. She said her grandmother remembered the stories. Settlers from Siberia who came to work the timber camps. They knew about the guardians of the old forests. They carved the marks to ask permission, to show respect. But I didn't understand. I just thought she was a crazy old woman telling fairy tales. Stephen's hands were shaking so badly he nearly dropped the radio. Kayla, none of that is real. You're experiencing severe disorientation, possibly hypothermia. Stay where you are and keep talking. I can triangulate your position from the radio signal. Laughter high and strained. You still think your science matters here? You still think your instruments can measure what's happening? How long have you been walking, Ranger Torres? 2 hours? 3? Stephen checked his watch. The digital display showed 2:47 p.m., which meant he'd been on the trail for almost 4 hours despite his subjective sense that only 90 minutes had passed. Except his watch had said 2:47 p.m. 15 minutes ago. Time was malfunctioning along with space. The Leshy controls the forest, Kayla continued, her voice drifting in and out like a poorly tuned station. It can make paths appear and disappear. It can make you walk in circles forever, always seeing the same trees, always thinking you're making progress. It feeds on the confusion, the fear, the slow realization that you're never leaving. That's not... Stephen stopped himself. What could he say? That it wasn't real? He was standing in a forest where trees moved and compasses lied and time ran backward. Reality had become negotiable. There's a way out, Kayla said, her voice dropping to a whisper. But you have to give it something. Give what something? The forest wants to know you understand, that you respect its age, its power. You have to make an offering. Stephen laughed, a sound that came out more like a sob. I'm not performing some kind of primitive ritual. I'm a scientist. So was I, Kayla said. I had a PhD in ecology from Oregon State. I spent 3 years studying old-growth forest dynamics. I knew everything about these trees, their root systems, their nutrient cycling, their competition for light. I knew everything except what they really were. What are they? Silence on the radio, long enough that Stephen thought the connection had been lost. Then, they're the fingers of something much larger. Something that's been here since before there were humans to name it. The Leshy isn't a creature, Ranger Torres. It's the forest's consciousness, and we're insects walking through its thoughts. The radio went dead. Stephen tried every frequency, every channel, but received only static. His GPS had given up entirely, showing an error message about satellite acquisition failure. The compass needle spun slowly, completing a full rotation every 30 seconds. He was alone with no working navigation equipment in a forest that was actively hostile to his presence, and the only person who seemed to understand what was happening had just told him he needed to make an offering to an ancient Slavic forest spirit that couldn't possibly exist. Stephen closed his eyes and tried to remember his training. When all technology failed, you relied on natural navigation, the sun's position, the growth patterns of moss, the flow of water. He opened his eyes and looked up, searching for the sun through the canopy. The trees overhead had woven their branches together, forming a lattice so dense that no light penetrated. The forest floor existed in permanent twilight, a green gloom that made depth perception impossible. Stephen couldn't tell if the hemlock 20 feet ahead was actually 20 feet away or 200. Water. He could follow water downhill, which would eventually lead him to the Ho River, which followed a known course back to the ranger station. Stephen listened for the sound of running water and heard it immediately, a stream burbling somewhere to his left. He pushed through the undergrowth toward the sound. The stream was flowing uphill. Stephen stood on its bank watching water defy gravity, flowing from low ground to high ground with perfect consistency. He knelt and put his hand in the flow, feeling the water move against his palm, cold and real and absolutely impossible. "You're starting to understand," said a voice behind him. Stephen whirled, his knife in his hand, before he'd consciously decided to draw it. The man standing 10 feet away looked to be in his 70s, wearing clothes that might have been contemporary 50 years ago. Wool trousers, a flannel shirt, suspenders. His face was weathered like tree bark, and his eyes were the color of moss. "Who are you?" Stephen demanded. "Does it matter?" The old man smiled, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous. packed too tightly in his mouth. "You came to check your weather station, the one that reports pressure readings that shouldn't exist. Did you ever wonder why the pressure is so low in this area?" "Equipment malfunction," Stephen said automatically, though he no longer believed it. "The Leshy breathes," the old man said. In and out, in and out. A cycle measured in decades. Right now, it's inhaling, drawing everything inward. Your barometer measures that breath. That's not how atmospheric pressure works. Are you certain? The old man took a step closer. His feet made no sound on the forest floor, left no impressions in the moss. You've built a career on certainty, on measurement, on the belief that nature follows laws you can quantify. But laws are human constructs, Ranger Torres. Nature predates law. It predates consciousness itself, at least consciousness as you understand it. Stephen backed away, keeping the knife between himself and the old man. You're not real. You're a hallucination caused by hypoxia or hypothermia or some kind of environmental toxin. I'm as real as you allow me to be. The old man's smile widened. The Leshy takes many forms. Sometimes it's a voice in the trees. Sometimes it's the trees themselves. Sometimes it's an old man who worked these forests when your grandfather was young. The form doesn't matter. The message does. What message? You don't belong here. Your science, your instruments, your certainty. They're intrusions on something ancient and vast and utterly indifferent to human understanding. The forest tolerates your presence when you stay on the paths, when you take your samples and measurements and leave. But you've come too deep, stayed too long. You've tried to measure what cannot be measured. Stephen's back hit a tree. He hadn't realized he'd been retreating. The bark pressed against his spine, rough and solid and real. Where's Kayla Morrison? Where she chose to be. Where everyone who enters the Leshy's heart must eventually choose to be. Part of the forest or apart from it. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I can give. The Leshy doesn't think in terms of location or time. It thinks in terms of belonging. Your friend understood that eventually. She stopped fighting. She accepted. She became. The old man's outline was starting to blur, his features running like watercolors in rain. Stephen blinked hard, trying to clear his vision, but the dissolution continued. Within seconds, what had been a man was just a column of moss and bark, just another tree in a forest of trees. And Stephen couldn't remember why he'd been afraid. His field kit's emergency beacon was still functional. Stephen pulled it out with numb fingers, staring at the device that would transmit his position to any search and rescue team within 100 miles. All he had to do was activate it, and within a few hours he'd be extracted. He'd be safe. But Kayla would still be out here, and Douglas Brennan, and Nina Volkov, and the Ortiz twins, and all the others who'd gotten lost in this spiral of ancient trees. Stephen had come out here to investigate, to apply his scientific training to a problem that defied scientific explanation, and he'd failed completely. He was going to die in this forest unless he accepted what the old man had said, that some things existed beyond measurement, beyond law, beyond human comprehension. Stephen looked at the emergency beacon for a long moment, then clipped it back onto his belt without activating it. Instead, he pulled out his knife and approached the nearest hemlock. The blade was sharp, designed for survival situations, capable of cutting through rope or processing firewood. He pressed the tip against the bark and began to carve. The three-armed spiral came easily, his hand following a pattern it shouldn't have known. As he worked, Stephen spoke aloud, words that felt like translation from some older language. I acknowledge your age. I acknowledge your power. I acknowledge my insignificance in the face of what cannot be measured. The knife bit deep, sap welling like blood. Stephen completed the spiral and added his own modification, his initials small and humble at the bottom of the symbol. Not a claim of ownership or mastery, but a recognition that he had been here, that he had learned. The forest sighed. It was an actual sound, a rustling that moved through every branch and leaf, a wind that touched Stephen's face despite the absolute stillness of the air. His compass needle stopped spinning and pointed north. His GPS flickered back to life, showing his position with satellite-confirmed accuracy. The trail reappeared clear and unmistakable, leading back the way he'd come. Stephen looked at the symbol he'd carved, then at the forest around him. The trees no longer seemed hostile. They were simply trees, ancient and patient and utterly unconcerned with human categories of possible and impossible. He'd spent his career measuring the forest, quantifying it, reducing it to data points and statistical models. He'd never considered that the forest might be measuring him in return. His radio crackled. "Torres, this is dispatch. We've been trying to reach you for 2 hours. What's your status?" "Over." Stephen lifted the radio, his voice surprisingly steady. "Torres here. I'm at mile marker 8.3. The weather station is functioning correctly. No equipment malfunction. Over." "Copy that. Are you heading back now?" He looked deeper into the forest toward where the trees formed their spiral pattern, toward where Kayla Morrison was either dead or transformed, or existing in some state beyond human definition. Stephen could activate his emergency beacon. He could bring in a full search team with helicopters and thermal imaging and every piece of technology that modern rescue operations could deploy, and the Leshy would simply hide what it wanted to hide, move what it wanted to move, ensure that all the searching in the world would find only forest. "Negative, dispatch," Stephen said. "I'm continuing to Station 4 for complete diagnostics. We'll return before dark. Torres out." He clipped the radio to his belt and began walking deeper into the forest, following the spiral inward. The trees welcomed him with silence. His instruments functioned perfectly now, tracking his progress with precision, but Stephen no longer trusted their measurements. He'd learned that some things couldn't be quantified, not because they were supernatural or impossible, but because they operated on principles that human science had simply never encountered. The Leshy breathed, and Stephen walked through its breath, feeling the pressure drop with each step deeper into the old growth. His barometer confirmed what his body already knew. The air was thinner here, the world less substantial, the boundary between physical and metaphysical growing permeable. At the center of the spiral, he found his weather station still dutifully transmitting data, and beneath it, arranged in a circle, were 5 backpacks, 5 sets of supplies, 5 people who had walked into this forest and chosen not to leave. Stephen added his own pack to the collection. He carved another symbol on the hemlock that hosted his weather station, making it official. Then he continued walking, following a path that appeared with each step and disappeared behind him, leading him deeper into a forest that was simultaneously located in Olympic National Park and in some older, stranger place that had existed before maps were drawn. His last conscious thought as the trees closed around him was that his weather data would continue transmitting, would continue showing impossible readings, and some future ranger would eventually come to investigate. They would find his symbols carved into bark. They would hear voices on the radio. They would have to make their own choice about what can be measured and what must simply be acknowledged. The Leshy welcomed Stephen Torres into its eternal breath, and the forest grew by one more tree. 3 days later, a search and rescue team found Stephen's truck in the trailhead parking lot, his personal effects secured inside, his duty log noting his intention to service Weather Station 4. They swept the trail thoroughly, found nothing but some unusual carved symbols on various trees. The weather station at mile marker 8.3 continued transmitting data. 27. 89 inches of mercury, consistent and impossible. A mystery that would eventually be filed away as equipment malfunction because the alternative was too disturbing to consider. Nobody mentioned that the satellite imagery now showed 18 trees in that perfect circle instead of 17. Nobody mentioned that the newest tree had bark patterns that, if you looked at them from the right angle, almost resembled a human face. The forest kept its secrets, and the Leshy breathed in and the spiral grew tighter. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened to Stephen. Robert Fitzgerald had mapped 17 disappearances before he noticed the trees. Not their locations. Those were already plotted in his GIS software, red pins scattered across the Hoh rainforest like drops of blood on moss. It was their orientation that made his coffee go cold. Every Sitka spruce within 100 yards of each disappearance site leaned 15 degrees southeast. Every single one. In a forest where wind patterns, soil composition, and drainage should create random growth variations, 17 separate locations showed identical angular deviation. The statistical probability hovered somewhere near impossible. Robert had spent 8 years as a GIS analyst for the National Park Service, the last 3 stationed at Olympic. He'd built predictive models for landslides, tracked invasive species migration, and mapped every trail system in the park down to deer paths. He believed in data. Data didn't lie, didn't exaggerate, didn't succumb to the superstitious nonsense the old-timers loved to whisper about the deep forest. But data was telling him something profoundly wrong was happening in the Hoh. The latest disappearance, Connor Burke, 26, experienced backcountry camper, had been reported 3 days ago. His permit listed a solo trek along the Hoh River Trail, planning to camp near the Blue Glacier Overlook. His GPS tracker showed him reaching the coordinates, then stopped transmitting at 11:47 p.m. on October 23, 2011. Not gradually losing signal, just stopped, like someone had flipped a switch. Robert pulled up the topographic overlay on his monitor. Connor's last known position sat dead center of what Robert had started calling the Southeast Zone, a roughly circular area, 8 miles in diameter, where the tree lean was most pronounced. Where all 17 disappearances had occurred over the past 9 years. His supervisor, Linda Morrison, had dismissed the pattern when Robert first presented it. Trees lean toward light, Fitz. That's biology, not mystery. But Robert had shown her the canopy density analysis, the light penetration models. The southeast lean couldn't be explained by phototropism. The forest was equally dense in all directions. She'd assigned him to assist with the Connor Burke search anyway, probably hoping field work would cure him of what she called his XL fever. The SAR team was assembling at the Hoh Ranger Station at 0600. Robert had volunteered to hike in early, scout the area with his handheld GPS and mark probable search grids. What he didn't tell Linda was that he intended to document every tree within Connor's last known position. Build an irrefutable data set. Science would explain this. It always did. The October dawn came late to the rainforest, filtered through 500 feet of old-growth canopy into something dim and green. Robert reached the trailhead at 5:30 a.m., headlamp cutting through fog so thick it seemed solid. The Hoh River Trail was one of the park's most maintained routes, wide and well-marked, but even here the moss grew aggressive, coating every surface, muffling sound, making the forest feel less like wilderness and more like the interior of some vast, quiet organism. His pack carried the essentials: Garmin GPS Map 64s, digital compass, rangefinder, two-way Motorola radio, backup batteries, first aid kit, emergency beacon, plus his laptop in a waterproof case, external hard drive with all his mapping data, and a small but expensive LiDAR scanner he'd borrowed from the University of Washington Geology Department. If he could get detailed elevation and spatial data from the Southeast Zone, he might finally understand what geological formation could cause such uniform tree distortion. The trail followed the river, milky blue-green with glacial sediment. Elk tracks crossed and recrossed the path. A Roosevelt elk, massive rack disappearing into the understory, watched him pass with eyes that seemed too aware, too focused. Robert had seen hundreds of elk in the park. This one made his fingers itch for the bear spray on his hip strap. At mile marker 4, he stopped. According to his GPS, Connor Burke's last transmission had originated 2.3 miles northeast of this point, off-trail through unmanaged forest. Robert marked a waypoint, then studied his digital compass. The needle pointed north. Steady, reliable. He'd check it every few minutes during the hike. Compasses could malfunction, magnetic anomalies could exist. But his was a high-end survey model, calibrated monthly. He left the trail. The forest changed within 50 yards. The maintained path's broad openness gave way to claustrophobic density. Massive nurse logs, fallen giants supporting gardens of younger trees, created mazes of wood and fungus. Devil's Club, its thorns legendary, formed impenetrable barriers. Robert had to detour repeatedly, checking his GPS to maintain bearing. Progress slowed to a crawl. After 40 minutes, he'd covered maybe half a mile. That's when he noticed his compass was pointing east. Robert stopped, frowning. He'd been maintaining a northeast heading, 45 degrees, but his compass now showed 90, due east. He must have gotten disoriented during the detours. He adjusted his course, pushing through a particularly dense stand of western hemlock. 10 minutes later, the compass showed southeast, 135 degrees. "That's not possible," Robert said aloud. His voice sounded flat in the moss-dampened air. He pulled out the GPS. Its heading matched the compass, 135 degrees. But his waypoint marker for Connor's last position showed he'd barely moved closer. In fact, according to the track log, his path over the last 10 minutes formed a curve, arcing southeast. Robert stopped walking. He stood perfectly still in the cathedral silence of the rainforest and performed a methodical check. GPS satellite lock showed 8 satellites, strong signal. Compass was level, bubble-centered, no obvious magnetic interference. He held up his smartphone, no signal expected at this depth, but its internal compass matched the dedicated unit. All devices agreed. He was heading southeast, but that couldn't be right. He'd been course-correcting. He'd been paying attention, unless the forest itself had turned. Robert immediately dismissed the thought. Irrational, the kind of magical thinking that led to bad decisions in the wilderness. He pulled out his laptop, logged the anomaly, checked his topographic data. A small creek should be flowing northwest about 200 yards ahead. If he could find it, verify its direction, he could reorient. He found the creek in 5 minutes. It flowed southeast. According to the USGS maps he'd downloaded, this creek, Maple Creek, flowed northwest into the Hoh River. He'd verified the data himself, cross-referenced 3 sources. Water couldn't spontaneously reverse direction, couldn't flow uphill against gravity. Robert knelt beside the creek. Clear water, maybe 8 inches deep, flowing steadily over smooth stones. He set a leaf on the surface and watched it drift. Southeast. Definitely southeast. He pulled a tennis ball from his pack. He'd brought it for exactly this purpose, to test theories about terrain he couldn't trust his eyes to assess. He set it on the ground. It rolled. Southeast. Magnetic anomaly, Robert muttered. Has to be. Iron deposit. Electromagnetic field interfering with instruments. But he'd researched the Olympic geology. No significant iron deposits in the Hoh watershed, and magnetic anomalies didn't make water flow uphill. He checked his GPS again. Connor Burke's last known position was now almost a mile away. He'd been walking for 90 minutes and somehow gotten further from his destination. Robert stood fighting the flutter of panic in his chest. This was a navigation problem. Navigation problems had solutions. He just needed to think clearly. The canopy was too dense for visual triangulation, but he could climb. Get above the understory, spot a landmark, verify direction with his own eyes instead of trusting instruments that were obviously malfunctioning. He chose a massive Sitka spruce, its lower branches thick enough to support his weight. The climb took 20 minutes, bark rough under his hands, needles catching at his jacket. At 80 feet, he broke through the understory canopy into the secondary layer, still below the giant's crowns but high enough to see distance. The forest stretched in every direction, a rolling green sea. He could see the Hoh River Valley to the southwest, the higher peaks of the Blue Glacier region to the northeast, exactly where they should be. He pulled out binoculars, oriented himself. There, that ridge. He knew that ridge. It was south of Connor's position, which meant Connor's position was north, not northeast, not where his GPS said. Robert descended carefully, mind racing. Instrument malfunction was one thing. Complete failure across multiple independent systems was another. But the alternative, that space itself was somehow bent in this section of forest, was absurd. He reached the ground and checked his GPS one more time. The distance to Connor's waypoint had increased again. He'd now walked 3 miles and was 4/10 of a mile further away than when he started. "Okay," Robert said to the silent forest. "Okay. New approach." He would walk due north, verified by the ridge he'd spotted. Forget the instruments. Use dead reckoning and the landscape itself. He'd done land navigation training. He could maintain a bearing. He walked north. The forest resisted. Not obviously, not dramatically. Just constant, small interferences. A fallen log blocked his path, forcing a detour around. The detour led to a ravine too steep to cross, requiring another detour. That detour ended at an impassable wall of Devil's Club. Each obstacle pushed him slightly off course. Each correction seemed logical at the time. But after an hour, when Robert climbed another tree to check his position, he'd moved southeast. His radio crackled. "Fitzgerald, this is Base. Come in." Robert fumbled for the Motorola, grateful to hear another human voice. "Base, this is Fitzgerald. Go ahead." "What's your status?" "SAR team is assembling. We need your recon data." Robert looked at his GPS. He was now 1.2 miles from Connor Burke's last position, in the wrong direction. "Base, I'm experiencing navigation difficulties. Equipment may be compromised. Recommend delaying SAR deployment until I can verify grid coordinates." Silence. Then, "Define navigation difficulties. How did you explain this without sounding insane?" "Multiple independent systems showing inconsistent data. I'm unable to reach the designated coordinates." "Are you injured?" "Negative, just disoriented." Another pause. "Fitzgerald, abort and return to trailhead. SAR team will deploy without your recon. Follow your GPS track backwards." Robert pulled up his track log. The path he'd walked formed a spiral, curving inward, tightening, like water circling a drain. The visual made something cold settle in his stomach. "Copy that, Base. Returning now." He followed the track backwards. The GPS showed him walking in reverse along the exact path he'd taken, but the forest around him looked wrong. Trees he should have passed stood in different positions. The nurse logs he'd climbed over weren't there. After 30 minutes, his track log showed he'd returned to the point where he'd left the Ho River Trail. But the trail wasn't there. Robert turned in a slow circle. Dense forest in every direction. No maintenance clearing. No trail signs. No worn path through the moss. He pulled up his waypoint for the trailhead. According to the GPS, he was standing on top of it. "Base, this is Fitzgerald. Static." "Base, do you copy?" More static, then pieces of a voice. "Zagerald, location." "Base, signal is breaking up. I am at the trailhead coordinates but cannot locate the trail. Request guidance." "East." The word came through clearly, then dissolved into white noise. "Southeast." Everything led southeast. Robert checked his compass. The needle spun lazily, making full rotations, never settling. He tapped it. The needle stopped, pointing directly at him, at his chest. He stepped sideways. The needle followed, staying locked on his position. "That's not how compasses work," Robert said to no one. He pulled out his smartphone. No signal, but the compass app was active. He opened it. The digital needle pointed at him too. Both compasses, mechanical and digital, ignoring magnetic north, tracking him instead. Something rustled in the understory. Large, moving with purpose. Robert's hand went to the bear spray, thumb on the safety. Black bears were common in the Ho, but they avoided humans. This sounded bigger than a black bear. Heavier. The rustling stopped. In the silence, Robert heard breathing. Not animal panting. Human-like, but wrong. Too slow. Each inhale lasting 10 seconds, each exhale 15. The rhythm was hypnotic, alien. "Hello?" Robert called. "Connor? Connor Burke?" The breathing stopped. Then, from multiple directions simultaneously, a voice. Southeast. Not Connor's voice. Robert had heard Connor's voice on the interview recordings from his emergency contact. This voice sounded like wind through tree branches, like creaking wood, like rustling leaves. but it formed the word clearly. Southeast. Robert's analytical mind tried to catalog it. Acoustic phenomenon, echo effect, auditory hallucination from stress. But 17 people had disappeared in this forest. 17 people whose last known positions clustered around trees that leaned southeast. He ran. No direction, no strategy, just primitive panic overriding 8 years of wilderness training. Branches whipped his face. Roots caught his feet. The massive pack threw off his balance. He crashed through Devil's Club, thorns shredding his jacket sleeves. The forest seemed to press closer, trees leaning inward, moss hanging lower, the canopy darkening from green to nearly black. Behind him, around him, the breathing continued, patient, unhurried. Robert burst into a small clearing and stopped, gasping. In the center stood a single tree unlike any he'd seen in the Pacific Northwest. Massive, ancient, its bark more like skin than wood, covered in moss that moved, actually moved, rippling in waves despite no wind. The tree leaned southeast at precisely 15 degrees. Around its base, 17 packs, 17 sets of camping gear, arranged in a perfect circle. Robert recognized Connor Burke's pack immediately, bright orange with the punk band patches Connor's girlfriend had mentioned in her statement. But the other packs showed varying degrees of decay, some recent nylon still vibrant, others older, fabric rotting, metal components rusted. The oldest looked decades old, canvas turned to tatters, all 17, every missing person. "No," Robert whispered. "No, this is southeast," the voice said, and this time Robert saw the source. The tree moved, not swaying, moving. The massive trunk split vertically, bark peeling back like lips, revealing a cavity that could not exist in living wood. Inside, darkness so complete it seemed solid. And eyes. Dozens of eyes. Owl eyes, unblinking, reflective, arranged in no pattern Robert's mind could process. A figure emerged from the tree, not born from it, not separate from it, but continuous with it. Humanoid in shape, but covered entirely in moss, fungus, lichen. Where skin should be, Robert saw bark texture. Where hair should be, trailing strands of Spanish moss that didn't grow in the Pacific Northwest. The figure stood at least 8 feet tall. Proportions wrong, limbs too long, joints bending in too many places. The owl eyes blinked in sequence, creating a wave of darkness across the thing's face. "You measure," it said in its wind voice. "You count. You map what is mine." Robert's legs stopped working. He collapsed to his knees, laptop tumbling from nerveless fingers. Every rational framework his mind had built, physics, geology, biology, shattered against what stood before him. This couldn't exist, couldn't be real. But his eyes insisted, his data insisted. The entity moved closer, each step silent despite its massive size. Moss trailed from its arms. Small mushrooms grew from its shoulders. A beetle crawled across where its face should be. "I am old," it said. "Before your trails. Before your names for my forest. I am Leshy. I am guardian. I am the forest itself." "That's..." Robert's voice cracked. "That's Slavic folklore. Eastern European. You don't belong here." The owl eyes blinked again, and Robert heard amusement in its voice. "I belong where forests grow, where my people remembered me, yes, where they forgot me also. Your Olympic came from my old world, trees, seeds, spores. They carried me across your ocean. I sleep in old growth. I wake when forest is threatened." Robert's analytical mind struggled for purchase. "The loggers, in the 1940s. You woke up when they started clear-cutting the Ho watershed." "You understand nothing," Leshy said. "I woke when they stopped. When your government made protection laws. When your kind decided this forest was yours to save." The entity leaned down, bringing those impossible eyes level with Robert's. "The forest does not need your protection. The forest protects itself. Through me." Connor Burke wasn't a logger. None of those people were. They walked southeast, Leshy interrupted. Into my heart. To the places I do not permit. Again and again your kind ignores the signs. The trees lean away. The water flows wrong. The compasses spin. Everything says, do not come here. But you come. You measure. You name. You make your maps and claim to understand. Robert's laptop screen still glowed on the ground, showing the southeast zone plotted in precise detail. His life's work reduced to meaningless data points. The 17 people, Robert managed. Where are they? Leshy straightened, and the owl eyes looked past Robert into distances he couldn't perceive. Where all things go who enter the deep forest without respect. They became lost, truly lost, not in space, in themselves. The forest showed them what they were. Creatures of concrete and metal, not moss and root. They could not accept it, could not adapt, so they stayed lost. Forever searching for trails that exist only in their minds. That's murder. No, Leshy said simply. That is justice. This forest is not yours. These trees are not data. This land breathes, thinks, remembers, and I am its memory. The entity moved past Robert, approaching the circle of packs. It touched each one gently, almost reverently. 17 times I warned. 17 times I was ignored. Now you come with your machines that see everything and understand nothing. Robert's hand crept toward his radio. If he could transmit, if base could hear him, they'd send the SAR team. Helicopters. Armed rangers. You couldn't let this thing keep killing people, even if it was, if it claimed to be. A spirit, Leshy said, not turning. A guardian. An ancient consciousness woven into root and branch. Names you would understand are too small for what I am. Robert's fingers closed on the radio. Slowly, quietly, he brought it to his mouth. The forest exploded with sound. Not animal calls. Not wind. Something older. The creak of growing wood amplified 1,000 times. The rustle of 1,000,000 leaves. The deep groan of continental plates shifting. Robert's ears popped. His vision swam. The radio crumbled to rust in his hand. Just disintegrated. Plastic and metal corroding in seconds, leaving red-brown dust coating his palm. You will not bring more, Leshy said. You will not map this place for others to find. You will not reduce mystery to coordinates. The entity turned, and Robert saw something in those owl eyes that might have been sadness. I do not want to make you lost. You see patterns. You seek truth. In another age, you might have been druid, shaman, one who speaks with forest. But your truth is numbers, cold, dead, and the forest is alive. Robert's mind raced. Negotiation, bargaining. There had to be a logical solution. What do you want? I'll delete the data. I'll tell them I found nothing. You will return, Leshy interrupted. With your eyes changed, you will tell them the forest is dangerous, that there are places humans should not go. Not because I forbid it, because the forest itself rejects your presence. The entity's moss-covered hand gestured to the circle of packs. You will tell them these 17 chose to disappear, walked away from their lives. Happens often in your world, yes? No mystery, no monster. Just wilderness being wilderness. They'll never believe that. Not with no bodies, no evidence. They will believe, Leshy said, because the alternative is madness. Easier to think 17 people chose to vanish than to accept that something ancient claims this ground. The owl eyes blinked in their unsettling wave. You have 1 hour of daylight to walk. Every direction but southeast will take you to your trail. Your instruments will work. Your compass will point north. The forest will release you. And if I tell them the truth? Robert asked, though he already knew. Then you join the circle, Leshy said simply. And someone else will come to map your disappearance. The pattern continues. Or, the entity moved closer again. The pattern ends. You choose. Robert's laptop still glowed. Years of data. Correlations. Maps. Evidence. Everything he'd need to prove something was wrong in the southeast zone. But proof of what? That Slavic forest spirits had migrated to the Pacific Northwest? That ancient consciousness inhabited old-growth trees? That some things couldn't be measured or mapped? His hands shook as he reached for the laptop. Leshy watched, silent. Robert opened the file manager, selected the Southeast Zone folder. 17 disappearances. 9 years of analysis. His cursor hovered over delete. Data doesn't lie, Robert whispered. No, Leshy agreed. But data is not truth, just shadows of truth. And some truths are not meant to be captured. Robert deleted the folder, then the backups, then formatted the external hard drive. Each click felt like erasing part of himself. When the laptop screen went dark, Leshy nodded slowly. Go now. The forest opens for you. This time. Robert stood on shaking legs. The clearing no longer seemed to press inward. The canopy had lightened slightly. Behind him, visible now through gaps in the trees, he could see a path. Not a trail, just a way through. Southeast. I can't... Robert turned back. Those 17 people, Connor Burke, he has family. They deserve... The forest keeps what enters without respect, Leshy said. This is not cruelty. This is boundary. This is the old law your kind forgot when you built your cities and mapped your wilderness. The entity's voice softened slightly. Tell the families their loved ones found peace. It is not truth, but it is truer than what they imagine. Robert started walking. His GPS powered on, showing the trail just 200 yards northwest. His compass needle pointed steady north. Everything worked perfectly, responding exactly as it should. As if the last 6 hours had been fever dream. Except his radio was rust on the ground behind him. Except his data was gone. Except he knew with the certainty of someone who'd looked into owl eyes older than human language, that the forest was not just alive, but aware. He reached the Hoh River Trail as dusk settled, the familiar maintenance clearing, the trail markers, the distant sound of the river. Everything normal, everything safe. Base would be furious about his extended absence, worried about equipment failure, demanding explanations. Robert would tell them he got disoriented. Equipment malfunction. No sign of Connor Burke in the search area. Terrain too difficult for SAR operations. Weather moving in. Standard wilderness rescue situation with a negative outcome. They'd scale back the search, eventually classify Connor as missing, presumed deceased. Add him to the statistics. National parks were dangerous. People disappeared. Happened every year. No mystery, no monster. Just wilderness being wilderness. Robert walked back to the ranger station as stars appeared between the trees. His hands had stopped shaking. His mind had started processing, categorizing, filing the experience into boxes labeled, "Do not open." But one thought followed him through the darkening forest. The trees still leaned southeast. In a circle 8 miles in diameter, every Sitka spruce pointed away from something at the center. Something old. Something that remembered when forests covered the world and humans were rare creatures at the edges. Too small to map or measure or matter. The data had been right. Just incomplete. Because some patterns couldn't be captured by GPS and GIS. Some patterns existed in dimensions instruments couldn't detect. Robert had found the truth, and the truth had made him lie. He reached the ranger station at 9:47 p.m. Linda Morrison was waiting, relief and anger mixing on her face. "Fitzgerald, what the hell happened? We had SAR ready to go looking for you." "Equipment failure," Robert said. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. "Navigation instruments malfunctioned. I got disoriented in the southeast zone. Couldn't locate Connor Burke's last known position. Terrain is too dangerous for SAR deployment." Linda studied him. "You look like hell. You see something out there?" Robert thought of owl eyes blinking in sequence, of moss-covered limbs that moved with impossible grace, of 17 packs arranged in a perfect circle around a tree that was more than a tree. "Just forest," he said. "Just the Hoh being the Hoh." Linda seemed to accept this. Get some sleep. We'll debrief in the morning. Scale back Connor Burke's search to trail-accessible areas only. Robert nodded and walked to his quarters. He didn't sleep. He sat at his desk, personal laptop open, and began deleting more files. His research into tree orientation patterns, his notes on disappearance clusters, his theories about the southeast zone, everything that might lead someone else to ask the questions he'd asked. Some patterns he now understood were warnings. The forest leaning away, water flowing wrong, compasses refusing to point true, not anomalies to be explained, but boundaries to be respected. By dawn, Robert Fitzgerald's career as a GIS analyst was effectively over. He couldn't map what he refused to acknowledge, couldn't analyze data he wouldn't collect. He submitted his resignation 2 weeks later, citing personal reasons. Linda Morrison tried to convince him to stay, but Robert was firm. He took a job with the Washington State Department of Transportation, mapping highways. Urban planning, infrastructure projects, places where humans belonged and instruments told simple truths. He never returned to Olympic National Park, never hiked the Hoh River Trail again, never spoke about the 6 hours he'd spent in the southeast zone. But sometimes late at night he'd pull up satellite imagery of the forest, zoom in on the region where Connor Burke had disappeared. The trees still showed in high resolution, their canopy patterns visible from space. And if you looked closely, really closely, you could see them leaning. Thousands of trees, all pointing away from a center that couldn't be mapped, couldn't be measured, couldn't be reduced to data points and GPS coordinates. The forest kept its secrets, and Robert kept his, because some truths he'd learned were too large to fit in human comprehension. Some places remained wild not because humans allowed it, but because wildness itself refused to be tamed. And sometimes the only way to honor mystery was to leave it unmapped, unmeasured, unknown. The southeast zone still existed. Connor Burke was still missing. 16 others before him remained lost. And the Leshy, if that's what it was, if names even applied, still guarded the deep forest where old growth remembered a time before humanity's cartographic arrogance. Robert Fitzgerald had found the pattern. He just couldn't tell anyone what it meant. The forest itself was the pattern, and the pattern was alive. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The tent was still standing, which was the first wrong thing. October storms in the Great Smoky Mountains didn't leave tents standing. They ripped them from stakes, sent them tumbling through the forest like tumbleweeds. But Megan Price's North Face two-person shelter stood perfectly intact at the Laurel Falls backcountry campsite. Rainfly taut, vestibule zipped closed, as if she'd just stepped away for water. Robert Fitzgerald had found worse things in his 15 years as a ranger. He'd found bodies. He'd found suicide notes weighted down with stones. He'd found evidence of crimes that made the forest feel contaminated. But something about this abandoned camp made his hands shake as he approached, made the scar tissue on his left shoulder ache where Daniel's teeth had. He stopped that thought. 3 years since the incident at Cades Cove. 3 years of mandatory counseling, administrative review, reinstatement with conditions. 3 years of carrying Daniel's screams in his memory, the weight of the Glock in his hand, the impossible choice between mercy and protocol. The campsite was too clean. That was the second wrong thing. Megan Price had been missing for 36 hours. Her last radio check-in had come at 6:47 p.m. on October 15, 2008. Routine patrol, nothing unusual to report. Then silence. When she'd missed her morning check-in, dispatch had sent Robert to investigate. Standard procedure for solo rangers in the backcountry. But the camp showed no signs of struggle, no indication of rapid departure. Her backpack leaned against a tree, properly hung to keep critters out. Her Motorola radio sat beside the cold fire ring, turned off. Her sleeping bag was rolled neatly inside the tent. Everything organized, everything deliberate, everything wrong. Robert keyed his radio. "Base, this is Fitzgerald. I've located Price's campsite at Laurel Falls. Site appears abandoned but intact. No sign of the ranger. Static answered him, then Patricia's voice from the ranger station 12 miles away. Copy, Fitzgerald. What's your assessment? Robert looked around the campsite again. His Garmin GPS showed the coordinates exactly where Megan's itinerary had indicated she'd be. The elevation matched, 3,150 feet, in a saddle between two ridges thick with oak and hickory, showing their October colors. By all technical measures, this was exactly where she should have been. Something's not right here, dispatch. Camp is too organized. Radio is present but powered off. No indication of emergency departure. Do you need additional personnel? Robert hesitated. The memory of Cade's Cove surfaced again, calling for backup, the team arriving to find him covered in Daniel's blood, the body already cooling, the impossible explanation he'd tried to give. The review board had been sympathetic but firm. Ranger Fitzgerald experienced an acute stress reaction, leading to lethal force against a colleague exhibiting symptoms of rabies or drug-induced psychosis. Justified under emergency protocols, but mandatory counseling and fitness for duty evaluation required. They'd never found what took Daniel. The lab results had shown nothing. No rabies, no drugs, no infection that could explain the transformation Robert had witnessed. His partner of 7 years changing over 3 days from a rational man to something that moved wrong, smelled wrong, spoke in a voice layered with harmonics that shouldn't come from a human throat. Negative on additional personnel, Robert said. I'll conduct a radius search and report back. He approached the tent, noting details with the careful attention trauma had taught him. No blood, no torn fabric. The zipper was closed from the outside, which meant Megan had exited the tent and secured it properly. Where had she gone? Inside the tent, her personal effects were arranged with military precision. Clothes folded, first aid kit sealed, Benchmade knife in its sheath, headlamp with fresh batteries, everything a ranger needed for backcountry work, all of it abandoned. Robert found her journal in the side pocket of her pack. The last entry was dated October 15th, written in Megan's neat handwriting. 6:30 p.m. Camp established at Laurel Falls site. Weather clear, temperature dropping faster than forecast. 38 degrees already. Strange sounds from the northeast. Not wildlife I recognize. Sounds almost like someone calling, but the tone is wrong. Makes me think of wind chimes made of bones. We'll investigate at first light if it continues. Robert felt ice crystallize in his stomach. He knew those sounds. He'd heard them 3 years ago, the night before Daniel started changing. He pulled out his own field journal, flipping back to October 2005. His handwriting from that time was messier, urgent. Day 1. Daniel complaining of hunger, won't eat rations, says everything tastes like ash, keeps staring at the tree line. Says he hears singing in Ojibwe, but neither of us speak Ojibwe. Robert closed both journals, his hands trembling. The October air felt colder than 38 degrees. It felt like the temperature was dropping inward, cold radiating from some point in the forest, spreading outward like infection. He began a systematic search of the perimeter, moving in expanding circles from the campsite. Standard search protocol. But his hand kept drifting to the Glock 22 on his hip, 40 caliber rounds that hadn't stopped Daniel until the fourth shot. Center mass, the way training dictated, but friendship screamed against. 50 yards northeast of camp, he found the first tracks. Bare footprints in the soft earth, human-sized but wrong. The toes were too long, the stride too wide. They pressed deep into the ground despite the dryness of the soil, as if whatever made them weighed far more than human proportions suggested. Robert photographed them with his digital camera, a Nikon Coolpix that the NPS had issued 6 months ago. The photos would look like evidence in a report, but Robert knew what he was really doing, creating a record in case he didn't come back, documentation for whoever found his body. The tracks led deeper into the forest, away from established trails. Robert marked his route with survey tape, tying orange ribbons to trees every 50 feet. The canopy thickened overhead, old-growth forest that had somehow survived the logging of the early 20th century. These trees had stood when the Cherokee walked these mountains, before the Trail of Tears, before the national park. before the idea that humans could own forest. The sound started a quarter-mile from camp, not wind chimes made of bones. That had been Megan's poetic description. Robert heard them more literally, clicking and scraping, rhythmic but not musical, like fingernails drumming on wood in a pattern that suggested language but conveyed no meaning human ears could parse. His radio crackled. Patricia's voice came through, distorted. "Fitzgerald, we're receiving interference on your channel. Are you experiencing equipment malfunction?" Robert checked the radio. Full battery, strong signal indicator. "Negative, dispatch. Radio showing normal function on my end. Your transmission is breaking up. We're getting sounds that aren't voice." The clicking intensified. Robert realized with creeping horror that it was synchronized with his radio transmissions, as if something was intercepting the signal and adding its own sounds to the channel. "Base, I'm going radio silent until I complete the search. We'll report back in 1 hour." "Fitzgerald, that's not protocol. We need..." He turned off the radio. Protocol had failed Daniel. Protocol said rabies, said psychosis, said anything except what Robert had witnessed. His partner transforming into something that should not exist. Something that the Ojibwe peoples had warned about for centuries before white settlers dismissed their stories as superstition. Wendigo. Daniel had whispered the word on the second day before speech became impossible, before his jaw distended and his teeth grew, and the hunger took everything human. Robert had researched it afterward during the suspension, during the counseling sessions where he'd learned to lie convincingly about what he'd seen. Wendigo, Algonquian traditions from the Great Lakes region, stories of humans who violated the ultimate taboo, who consumed human flesh and became something other. Spirits of insatiable hunger that could possess humans, transforming them into monsters that could never be satisfied, never be stopped, never be saved. The story said Wendigo brought cold, unnatural cold that persisted even in summer, ice forming on trees while the sun shone. They said Wendigo could mimic voices, luring victims with the sound of loved ones calling. They said Wendigo were never satisfied. The more they ate, the hungrier they became. A curse of eternal starvation written into transformed flesh. Robert had dismissed it as folklore, the anthropological curiosity of a displaced eastern woodlands tradition showing up in Cherokee territory. But the similarities to Daniel's transformation had been too precise, too specific. The sudden onset of hunger, the temperature drop, the voice changes, the physical alterations that medical science couldn't explain. The tracks led to a ravine, steep-sided and narrow, the kind of geological feature the Smokies specialized in. Ancient creek beds carved through metamorphic rock over millennia. October leaves had collected at the bottom, a carpet of red and gold that should have been beautiful but instead looked like scattered evidence. Robert descended carefully, using exposed roots as handholds. At the bottom, the cold intensified. He could see his breath now. White clouds in air that was well below freezing despite the calendar saying mid-October, despite the forecast calling for mild temperatures. He found the first body 20 feet into the ravine. Not Megan. The remains were too old, reduced mostly to bones and tatters of clothing, but the positioning made Robert's throat close. The skeleton lay curled in on itself, arms wrapped around the chest, legs drawn up, as if the person had died trying to contain something inside them, trying to hold themselves together against internal pressure. The bones showed teeth marks. Human teeth, Robert thought, though the gouges were too deep, the bite radius too wide. Something with human teeth but inhuman strength had gnawed at the corpse, consumed flesh and cracked bones to access marrow. His camera documented everything with clinical precision while his mind screamed warnings. He should leave. Call for backup despite what happened last time. Let someone else handle this, someone without his history, someone who could look at evidence without recognizing patterns that shouldn't exist. But Megan was out here, 26 years old, 2 years with the NPS, idealistic about wilderness protection, and naive about what wilderness actually protected. She'd reminded Robert of himself at that age before Daniel, before he'd learned that forests were neutral territory where ancient things still held dominion. The second body was fresher. Days old, not years. The decay was wrong, though. Accelerated in some areas, completely absent in others, as if decomposition followed rules different from normal biological processes. The face was gone, consumed, but the ranger uniform was unmistakable. Megan Price. What remained of her? Robert knelt beside the body, professional training warring with nausea and grief. She'd been dead less than 24 hours based on rigor mortis patterns, which meant her last radio call had come when she was already... What? Already changing? Already lost? Her journal entry had been written at 6:30 p.m. Her last radio check was 6:47 p.m. 17 minutes between writing about strange sounds and making a routine transmission that revealed nothing. What had happened in those 17 minutes? Robert noticed her hands. The fingernails were gone, torn out or fallen off. The fingertips showed signs of rapid growth, calluses forming in hours that should take weeks, bone density increasing in ways that required months of adaptation. Her jaw looked dislocated, hanging at an angle that suggested the bone had been breaking and reforming, reshaping itself for a wider bite. She'd been transforming. Just like Daniel, the process had started but hadn't completed. Robert stood, scanning the ravine. The cold was intensifying, temperature dropping so fast he could feel ice crystals forming in his lungs. Somewhere in this geological wound, the source waited. The thing that had taken Daniel, the thing that had started taking Megan. He found it 30 yards further into the ravine, where the walls narrowed to barely 6 feet apart, and the autumn light died completely. It had been human once. Robert could see traces of that origin. The basic bipedal structure, the opposable thumbs, the skull shape that suggested mammalian ancestry. But the transformation had progressed far beyond what Daniel had reached, far beyond what Megan had started becoming. The thing was impossibly tall, 8 or 9 feet but skeletal thin. Its skin had a gray-blue pallor, stretched tight over bones that jutted at wrong angles. The hands ended in fingers twice normal length, tipped with yellow nails like diseased claws. Its face was elongated, the lower jaw extended forward to accommodate teeth that filled the mouth in multiple rows, serrated and stained. But the worst part was the eyes. They held intelligence, recognition. The thing saw Robert and knew him, not as prey, but as witness, as someone who had already seen this before, already understood what stood before him. It spoke. The voice came from its throat, but seemed to originate from multiple sources simultaneously. Overlapping phonemes creating words in English, layered over sounds in languages Robert didn't know. Ojibwe maybe, or Cree, or other Algonquian languages from territories where this thing's legend had been born. You remember me? It wasn't a question. The thing knew that Robert recognized it, understood what it was, what it did, what it represented. Daniel? Robert's voice cracked. Impossible. Daniel was dead. 4 shots, center mass, confirmed by the coroner. Buried in a cemetery in Knoxville with his family present, closed casket because of what Robert had done to stop him. Daniel was food. The thing's jaw moved wrongly as it spoke, the lower mandible dropping too far, revealing the meat-stained teeth. Daniel. Fed. The hunger. But the hunger never ends. Robert's hand moved to his Glock without conscious thought. The weapon cleared the holster, rose to eye level, sight picture perfect despite his shaking hands. 40 caliber rounds that had stopped Daniel. 40 caliber rounds that probably wouldn't stop this. The Wendigo didn't react to the gun. It watched Robert with eyes that showed something like pity, like recognition of futility. You cannot kill hunger, it said in that layered voice. Hunger is not alive. Hunger just is. Robert's finger tightened on the trigger. Training said shoot. Experience said run. But a deeper instinct, something primal that recognized when prey faced a predator beyond its capacity to fight, said freeze. The Wendigo moved. not walking. Its locomotion defied description. The space between them collapsed, distance becoming irrelevant, and suddenly the thing was close enough that Robert could smell it. Rot and frost and something underneath, something chemical and wrong, like battery acid mixed with decaying meat. I was like you, it said. The voice held traces of different speakers. Daniel's tenor, other voices Robert didn't recognize, dozens of people compressed into single words. I chose the forest, chose hunger, better than what waited outside. Robert's mind fractured trying to understand. This thing had been human, had chosen transformation, had violated the taboo willingly, consumed human flesh to become something that could never be human again. Why? The word came out as a whisper. The Wendigo's jaw opened wider, impossibly wide, showing throat that descended into darkness deeper than anatomy allowed. Because hunger is eternal, but the hunted are temporary. It meant to take him. Robert understood with perfect clarity. The thing would consume him, add his voice to the chorus it carried, make him part of the hunger that could never be satisfied. His training took over. Robert fired, once, twice, 3 times center mass, the Glock bucking in his hands with familiar recoil. The reports echoed off the ravine walls, deafening in the confined space. The bullets hit. Robert saw impact, saw tissue deform. But the Wendigo didn't fall. It didn't even stagger. The wounds closed as he watched, tissue knitting together faster than damage could accumulate, flesh repairing itself through some mechanism that made biology irrelevant. You cannot kill what has already died, the Wendigo said, its mouth returning to a shape approximately human. Robert ran. He scrambled up the ravine wall, fingers tearing on rock and root, knees slamming against stone. Behind him, the clicking sound intensified. Not pursuit, but something worse. Something like laughter expressed through language human throats couldn't produce. The Wendigo wasn't chasing him. It didn't need to. Robert could feel the cold following, temperature dropping so fast that ice formed on the trees he passed. The hunger was spreading, claiming territory, establishing dominion. He reached the top of the ravine and kept running, abandoning the survey tape, abandoning protocol, abandoning everything except the desperate need to escape. His lungs burned with cold air. His legs screamed with exhaustion. But terror drove him forward, the same terror that had driven humans into caves millennia ago. The recognition that some things killed not for food or territory, but because killing was their essential nature. Robert burst into Megan's campsite, grabbed her radio, keyed the transmit button. Base, this is Fitzgerald, emergency at Laurel Falls. Officer down. I repeat, officer down. Static answered. Then Patricia's voice, distant and distorted. Fitzgerald, your transmission. Unclear. Please, repeat. Emergency, send everyone. Megan Price is dead. There's something in the forest. It killed her. It killed Daniel. It's still here. Fitzgerald, you're not making sense. Are you injured? Do you need medical evac? The cold reached the campsite. Robert watched frost spread across Megan's tent in seconds. Ice crystals forming patterns that looked almost like writing, almost like warnings in a language older than English, older than Cherokee, old as the mountains themselves. Run, Robert whispered into the radio. Everyone needs to run. But even as he said it, he knew running wouldn't help. The hunger didn't chase. It waited. It let its prey come to it, drawn by curiosity or duty or the belief that humans could solve every problem with enough tools and courage. The clicking sound grew louder. Robert turned to face it, knowing he should run, knowing survival meant abandoning the campsite and everything in it, but unable to move. The Wendigo emerged from the tree line, moving with that impossible locomotion that made distance meaningless. But it wasn't alone. Behind it came others. Smaller, less transformed, still showing traces of their human origins. One wore the tattered remains of a ranger uniform, probably the skeleton he'd found in the ravine. Another looked fresh, transformation just beginning. Skin still mostly human, but eyes already showing the flat hunger that erased personality. They were making more. The Wendigo didn't just kill, it transformed, added to its pack, built a hierarchy of hunger that spread through the forest like infection through blood. Robert raised his Glock again. Useless against the lead creature, but maybe the others were still vulnerable, still close enough to human that bullets would matter. He fired at the nearest transformed human, 3 shots to the chest. It fell. Actually fell. The body hit the ground and stopped moving, staying down. The Wendigo tilted its head, that gesture almost human, almost curious. Then it spoke in a voice that was purely Daniel's, his partner's familiar tenor. "Robert, I'm sorry you have to see this, but you know there's only one way this ends." Robert's hands shook. Hearing Daniel's voice from that impossible mouth broke something inside him, shattered the careful compartmentalization he'd built during 3 years of therapy. "You're not Daniel," Robert said. "Part of me is. Part of me is everyone it's ever consumed. We're all still here, Robert. Still aware. Still hungry." The voice shifted, became Megan's. "It hurts so much. The hunger never stops. Please make it stop." Robert couldn't shoot. The weapon felt impossibly heavy. He'd killed Daniel once. He couldn't do it again, even knowing that what stood before him was just wearing Daniel's voice like stolen clothes. The Wendigo moved closer. The transformed humans circled the campsite, cutting off escape routes. The cold had become absolute. October vanishing into something that felt like deepest winter. "You have a choice," the thing said in a voice that combined all the speakers it had consumed. "Run and die slow. We'll find you. We always find them. Or accept transformation. Join us. The hunger is terrible, but it's better than the alternative." What alternative? The Wendigo's jaw dropped into that impossible gape, revealing the darkness inside. Being the hungry. Robert understood then. The thing wasn't just describing its condition, it was offering an escape. Become the predator instead of the prey. Join the hierarchy of consumption. Let the hunger erase everything that made him Robert Fitzgerald, every memory that caused pain, every choice that haunted him. It would be easier. So much easier than carrying Daniel's death, carrying the knowledge of what existed in the forest, carrying the weight of being a witness to things his training said were impossible. His finger relaxed on the trigger. Then his radio crackled. Patricia's voice came through clearly for the first time. "Fitzgerald, we have a helicopter en route to your position. ETA 15 minutes. Can you maintain position?" The sound of a human voice, normal and concerned and ignorant of horror, snapped something back into place. Robert keyed the radio. "Negative. Falling back to Trail Junction Beta. We'll meet evac there." He didn't wait for response. He ran, firing behind him as he moved, not aiming, just creating chaos, buying seconds. The transformed humans scattered, vulnerable to bullets even if the original Wendigo wasn't. The forest transformed around him as he ran. Trees that should have been a quarter-mile apart stood inches from each other. Trails that he'd walked 1,000 times looped back on themselves. The cold created a labyrinth, space folding according to rules written by hunger rather than geology. But Robert had spent 15 years learning these mountains. He knew them before the Wendigo, knew them through seasons and storms, knew them with an intimacy born of love rather than consumption. He navigated by feel, by instinct, by a connection to the forest that predated the hunger's claim. Trail Junction Beta materialized ahead, the intersection where backcountry trails met maintained paths, where civilization's grip on wilderness grew stronger. Robert burst onto the cleared trail and kept running, hearing the helicopter now, the mechanical rhythm of rotors cutting through the clicking that followed him. The Wendigo didn't cross the junction. Robert realized with creeping understanding that it couldn't. Not that trail junctions created some magical barrier, but that the thing's relationship with space only worked in deep forest, in places where human influence hadn't imposed its grid of trails and markers and meaning. The helicopter landed in a clearing 200 yards down the maintained trail. Rangers emerged, weapons drawn, shouting questions Robert couldn't process over the rotor noise. They grabbed him, pulled him toward the aircraft, professional hands checking for injuries. Robert looked back at the forest edge. The Wendigo stood just beyond the tree line, watching. As the helicopter lifted off, banking toward the ranger station, Robert saw more transformed shapes emerging from the woods. A dozen at least. Maybe more. A whole pack of hunger waiting in the deep places. The aerial view showed the Smokies in full October glory. Hundreds of thousands of acres of forest blazing with autumn colors. Beautiful and deadly and home to something older than human presence. Something that had learned to use the forest's vast spaces as hunting ground and transformation chamber. At the ranger station, they took his weapon, took his statement, took his blood for drug testing. The interview was gentle but thorough. They'd found Megan's body. They'd found the other remains in the ravine. They wanted to understand what had happened. Robert told them about discovering the camp, following tracks, finding the bodies. He described a wild animal attack, possibly a bear, though the wounds didn't match any known species. He said the cold had disoriented him, made him panic, made him imagine things that couldn't exist. The investigators were sympathetic. They'd read his file, knew about Daniel, understood he was traumatized. They recommended medical leave, more counseling, evaluation before return to duty. Robert agreed to everything. He signed forms and gave up his badge and accepted the prescription for anxiety medication. He cooperated completely while knowing that nothing he'd agreed to would matter, because the hunger was in the forest, and the forest was vast and people would keep coming, keep hiking into deep places where trails ended and distance became negotiable. 3 days later, they found another ranger missing from a backcountry post. The GPS showed her last position at a campsite near Klingman's Dome. The satellite photos revealed her tent standing perfectly intact, abandoned, everything organized and nothing disturbed. Robert was in mandatory medical leave, but he heard the reports. He heard the search teams being organized, the protocols being followed, the assumption that this was routine, that wilderness claimed hikers sometimes, but wilderness followed understandable rules. He wanted to warn them. Wanted to explain what waited in the deep forest, what the October cold signified, what the clicking sounds meant. But language failed. How could he explain that the mountains housed hunger given form, that transformation was a choice some made and others had forced upon them, that bullets could kill the transformed but not the transformation itself? Robert filed his report from home, adding details about temperature anomalies and unusual animal behavior. He included recommendations for cold weather protocol even in moderate seasons. He suggested that certain areas be closed to backcountry camping until further study could be completed. The recommendations were filed and forgotten. The Great Smoky Mountains received over 9 million visitors per year. A few disappearances were statistically inevitable. The Park Service operated on probabilities and resources and political realities, not on the testimony of a traumatized ranger who'd shot his partner and now claimed monsters haunted the backcountry. In November, Robert received his medical discharge from the National Park Service. The paperwork cited post-traumatic stress disorder, inability to perform essential functions of the position, recommendation for continued mental health treatment. He didn't contest it. He packed his apartment in Gatlinburg and drove north, away from the Smokies, away from forest entirely. He took a job in Cincinnati working corporate security, checking badges and monitoring cameras, a position that required no weapon and no decisions more complex than whether to call the police. But he still had the photographs, the tracks in the forest floor, the bodies in the ravine, the shape at the tree line watching as the helicopter lifted off. Digital images that showed what human eyes shouldn't see, evidence of things that scientific paradigms had no framework to accommodate. Robert kept them encrypted, password protected, backed up to servers he paid for with cash. Documentation of the moment his understanding of reality had shattered twice. Once when Daniel transformed, once when he'd understood that Daniel wasn't alone, that the forest housed colonies of hunger, packs of transformed humans who'd chosen or been forced into becoming something beyond human. On cold nights, which came often in Cincinnati winters, Robert would pull up the images and study them. The Wendigo's face, human and not human, showing traces of everyone it had consumed. The transformed rangers still wearing their uniforms as they hunted. The ice patterns on Megan's tent that looked like warnings in a language nobody spoke anymore. He thought about her last journal entry. Sounds almost like someone calling, but the tone is wrong. She'd heard it and investigated. She'd been drawn by curiosity and duty toward the thing that would transform her, make her part of the hungry pack that waited in the deep forests. Robert wondered how many others existed now. The Wendigo had shown him a dozen transformed humans, but how many others waited in the vast acres of the Smokies? And were they confined to the Smokies, or did similar packs exist in other wilderness areas, other national forests, other places where humans disappeared into deep spaces and became statistics rather than mysteries? The folklore suggested Wendigo originated in the Great Lakes region, in Ojibwe and Cree territories far north of Cherokee land, but Daniel had transformed in the Smokies. The original Wendigo had claimed it chose the forest. What had driven it south? What made it establish territory in Appalachia? Robert had no answers, only questions and photographs and the memory of his partner's voice coming from a mouth that shouldn't speak, offering transformation as mercy, promising that hunger was better than being hunted. Sometimes he considered sending the files to someone, a researcher, an investigator, someone who might understand, but who would believe, and what good would belief do? The forest was vast, the hungry were patient, and humans would keep coming, keep hiking into deep places, keep following the sounds that called with tones that were almost right but fundamentally wrong. In spring, Robert's phone rang. Unlisted number. He almost didn't answer. Robert Fitzgerald? The voice was official, clipped, federal. Yes. This is Special Agent Matthews, FBI. I'm part of a task force investigating unusual disappearances in national park areas. Your name came up in our research. I'd like to discuss the incidents at Great Smoky Mountains in 2005 and 2008. Robert's hand tightened on the phone. I gave my statements to the investigators. I've read your official statements. I'm more interested in what you didn't say. The details that didn't make it into the reports. The things you thought no one would believe. Robert closed his eyes. Someone was investigating. Someone had noticed the patterns. Whether that was hope or horror, he couldn't decide. What makes you think there's anything I didn't say? Because 17 rangers have disappeared from backcountry posts across 7 national parks in the last decade, all in October, all during temperature drops that weather data can't explain, all with last known positions at campsites found intact and abandoned. A pause. And all the survivors who encountered something in the forest tell the same story officially. Animal attack, disorientation, stress reaction. But their eyes tell a different story. They've seen something. Something they can't explain and don't want to remember. Robert sat in silence, considering. If he spoke, if he shared the photographs and what he knew, he would be marked forever as the ranger who believed in monsters. But if he didn't speak, how many more Megans would follow sounds into the forest? How many more Daniels would choose transformation over the alternative? If I share information, Robert said slowly, what happens? We investigate, quietly. No media, no public panic. Just a small team gathering evidence, documenting patterns, developing protocols. And if the evidence shows something outside normal parameters, something that doesn't fit scientific explanation? Agent Matthews was quiet for a moment. Then, Mr. Fitzgerald, I have files on my desk that describe attacks by things that leave no physical trace, disappearances that violate known physics, phenomena that make experienced law enforcement officers refuse to return to certain locations. I stopped worrying about scientific paradigms 6 months into this assignment. I just want to understand what's killing people and how to stop it. Robert thought of Daniel's last words before transformation took his speech. It's not killing me. It's making me more. He thought of the Wendigo's offer. Join us. The hunger is terrible, but it's better than the alternative. He thought of Megan writing about sounds like bone wind chimes and investigating instead of running. "I'll send you files," Robert said. "Photographs, location data, my observations. Everything I documented. But you need to understand, what's in those files won't give you easy answers. It won't suggest clean solutions. Some of what I saw I still don't believe, even though I witnessed it." "I'm used to complicated," Matthew said. "Send what you have, we'll work with it." After the call ended, Robert sat with his laptop, the encrypted files open, his finger hovering over the send button. Once he transmitted this information, he would become officially the ranger who claimed monsters were real. His discharge would be vindicated. His testimony would be questioned. But maybe, possibly, someone would take action before the next October, before the next cold descended, before the next ranger followed strange sounds into the deep forest. Robert attached the files and typed a brief explanation. Then he hit send and watched the progress bar slowly transmit his evidence into the federal system. Documentation of hunger and transformation and choices that removed humanity, one bite at a time. Outside his Cincinnati apartment, spring rain fell in ordinary patterns. Traffic passed with normal rhythms. The world operated according to comprehensible rules. But Robert knew that in the Smoky Mountains, October would come again. The temperature would drop. The clicking sounds would echo through the deep forest. And something that had been human would wait for the next hiker, the next ranger, the next person who heard strange tones and chose investigation over retreat. The hunger never ended. Robert understood that now. It was patient and old and perfectly adapted to the vast wilderness areas humans had preserved, ironically creating protected hunting grounds for things that hunted humans. All he could do was document, warn, and hope that someone would listen before curiosity led them past the tree line, into the cold, toward sounds like bone wind chimes calling in the deep places where hunger waited, eternal and insatiable. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The footprints ended at nothing. Amanda Castellano crouched in the sand, studying the tracks that had led her 3 miles into the Panamint Valley. Boot prints, size 11 or 12, deep enough to suggest a man carrying significant weight. The stride pattern indicated someone moving at a normal walking pace, not running, not stumbling. The prints were clear and recent, made within the last 12 hours before the wind could erase them. And then they simply stopped existing. Not faded, not obscured by wind or rock. The left footprint was clear and complete, pressed into the sand with perfect definition. Where the right foot should have landed, 18 inches ahead and slightly to the right, there was only undisturbed sand rippled by yesterday's wind. It looked as if Nathan Drake had taken one step and been plucked from the earth mid-stride. Amanda sat back on her heels, feeling the July sun hammer against her neck despite the bandana and wide-brimmed hat. The temperature was already pushing 115 degrees Fahrenheit, and it was only 10 in the morning. She'd started tracking at dawn from Nathan's abandoned campsite, following his trail with the kind of focus that kept her from thinking about why she was alone out here, why she'd volunteered for this search when she could have stayed at the ranger station and let someone else handle it. 2 years ago, her partner Miguel had disappeared in the Mojave. They'd found his body 3 days later, partially buried by a flash flood in a wash that shouldn't have had water in it. The official cause of death was drowning, but Amanda still dreamed about the expression frozen on his face. Not the peaceful mask of someone who'd lost consciousness, but the wide-eyed terror of someone who'd seen something impossible in his final moments. She'd taken a year off after that. Therapy, medication, long stretches of time where she couldn't bring herself to look at a topographic map. When she'd finally returned to work at Death Valley, the superintendent had been understanding, had kept her on light duty, had never asked why she sometimes had to walk away from radio calls about missing hikers. But when Nathan Drake's sister had called yesterday, voice-breaking as she described her brother's planned solo backpacking trip through the Panamint Range, Amanda had felt something click into place. Nathan was 31, experienced, carrying a Garmin InReach satellite communicator that showed his last position at 36.2574 N, 117,0891 W, coordinates that placed him in an area of the valley Amanda knew well. He'd missed his scheduled check-in 12 hours ago. His emergency beacon hadn't been activated. Amanda had told the superintendent she'd do a preliminary search, just a quick sweep of the likely routes. She'd told herself it was professional duty, that any ranger would do the same. She hadn't admitted that she needed to know, needed to see what had happened, needed to confirm that not every disappearance in the desert ended with a body and unanswered questions. Now she was staring at footprints that defied logic, and the old fear was back, settling in her chest like a stone. Amanda pulled out her Nikon D200 and photographed the tracks from multiple angles, including a shot with her GPS unit in frame, showing the coordinates. Then she stood and walked a slow circle around the area, searching for any indication of where Nathan might have gone. Scuff marks, drag marks, signs of a struggle, anything. The sand was pristine except for her own tracks and the impossible line of prints that terminated at nothing. She keyed her Motorola radio. Castellano to base, over. Static then. Go ahead, Amanda. I'm at Nathan Drake's last known position. I've got tracks leading away from his campsite, but they're anomalous. Requesting a second unit for verification. Over. A pause. Define anomalous. Amanda looked at the footprints again, at the precise point where they stopped. How did you explain this without sounding unhinged? The track pattern is inconsistent with normal travel. I need another set of eyes. Over. Copy that. Sanders is en route from Furnace Creek, ETA 90 minutes. Do you need immediate support? Over. Negative. I'm going to continue the search pattern. Castellano out. She clipped the radio back to her belt and started walking a grid search around the termination point, moving in expanding circles. The sun was merciless, turning the air into something that felt solid, heavy. Sweat evaporated from her skin before it could bead, leaving salt deposits that itched and burned. Amanda's camelback was already down a liter, and she'd need to turn back within 2 hours if she didn't find anything. At 20 yards from the footprints, she found the first sign that something was deeply wrong. Someone had arranged rocks in a pattern on the sand, small stones, maybe 50 of them, forming a design that made her eyes hurt to follow. It looked vaguely like a star with too many points, or perhaps a flower with petals that curved back on themselves. The rocks were dark basalt, deliberately chosen to contrast with the pale sand, and in the center of the pattern, written in what looked like charcoal or ash, was text in a script Amanda didn't recognize. The letters were flowing and elegant, with dots and diacritical marks that suggested Arabic, though Amanda's limited exposure to the language made her uncertain. What she could say with confidence was that someone had spent considerable time creating this symbol, and that it had been made recently, probably within the last 24 hours, given the lack of wind disturbance. Amanda photographed the symbol, zooming in on the text. Then she carefully stepped around it and continued her search. At 40 yards, she found another symbol. Different design, same dark rocks, more text in the same script. This one looked almost like a hand with 7 fingers, the palm filled with additional characters. At 60 yards, a third symbol, a square within a circle within a triangle, mathematical in its precision. Amanda marked each location in her GPS, then pulled up the saved waypoints on the display. The 3 symbols formed a perfect equilateral triangle, with the termination point of Nathan's footprints at the exact center. Her hands were shaking. Amanda recognized the tremor from 2 years ago, from the days after they'd found Miguel, when she couldn't hold a coffee cup without spilling. She forced herself to breathe slowly, to focus on the concrete facts. Someone had created these symbols. Nathan had walked to this spot. The symbols and his disappearance were connected, but that connection didn't have to be supernatural. This could be evidence of foul play, of kidnapping, of Nathan encountering someone dangerous who'd staged an elaborate scene to confuse searchers. That explanation felt thin even as she constructed it. Amanda returned to Nathan's campsite, which she'd marked with orange surveyor's tape. He'd pitched a mountain hardware tent in the shadow of a rock formation, choosing a spot that would provide shade during the afternoon heat. The tent was properly staked. No signs of struggle or hasty departure. Inside, she found his sleeping bag neatly rolled, a paperback novel marked halfway through, a water bottle 3/4 full. His backpack was there too, which made no sense. No experienced hiker walked away from their pack in Death Valley. The pack contained everything necessary for survival: water filtration, food, first aid, emergency blanket. Nathan's wallet was in the top pocket, along with his car keys and phone. The phone had no signal, which was normal for this area, but the battery was at 68%. Amanda went through the pack methodically, documenting each item. Standard gear, all of it. Nothing unusual until she reached the bottom compartment, where she found something wrapped in a cloth that felt like silk. The book was old. Not antique dealer old, but genuinely ancient, the kind of old that made Amanda's breath catch. The binding was leather, cracked and stained, held together with what looked like copper wire. The pages were some kind of parchment or vellum, thick and irregular, and the text was in the same flowing script she'd seen in the rock symbols. Amanda carefully opened the cover. The first page contained an illustration rendered in faded ink, a humanoid figure wreathed in flames, its features simultaneously human and utterly alien. The eyes were too large, the mouth too wide, the proportions subtly wrong in ways that made her want to look away. Beneath the illustration, more text in that incomprehensible script. She flipped through the pages slowly. More illustrations, geometric patterns, star charts that didn't match any astronomy she knew, diagrams of circles and triangles filled with text. One page showed what looked like a brazier with smoke rising from it, the smoke resolving into shapes, animals, faces, abstract forms. Another page depicted a desert landscape with a figure standing at the center of multiple circles drawn in the sand, arms raised, fire surrounding them on all sides. The final pages contained what looked like instructions, step-by-step diagrams showing the creation of symbols, the arrangement of stones, the placement of offerings, and in the margins, someone had added notes in English. Nathan's handwriting. Amanda recognized it from his registration form. Day 1. Found the book in a cave off Wild Rose Canyon. Can't believe this was just sitting there. Arabic is rusty, but I think this is a grimoire, medieval Islamic magic text. Possibly related to jinn invocation. Need to research when I get back. Day 2. Symbols are protective circles. The text describes summoning rituals for fire spirits, Ifrit-class jinn. Writer warns against attempting without proper preparation. Obviously not planning to try it, but fascinating from anthropological perspective. Day 3. Having weird dreams. Fire everywhere. A voice speaking a language I don't know but somehow understand. Woke up with sand in my mouth even though tent was sealed. Day 4. The voice is getting clearer. It's asking me to complete the ritual. Says it's been waiting for someone to read the words, to speak them aloud. I know this is just heat exhaustion or dehydration affecting my judgment, but part of me wants to try. Just to see. Just to know if it's real. The notes ended there. Amanda checked the date on Nathan's last entry. Yesterday morning, which meant by yesterday afternoon, he'd walked out into the desert, created 3 geometric symbols in a perfect triangle, and then vanished from the center point. He'd attempted the ritual. Amanda closed the book and wrapped it back in the silk cloth, her mind racing. This was evidence, but evidence of what? That Nathan had experienced some kind of psychological break and wandered off in a delusional state? That was the rational explanation, the one she should report to the superintendent. But rational explanations didn't account for footprints that ended at nothing. They didn't explain the precision of the rock symbols, or the fact that Nathan had left his water, his pack, everything necessary for survival. And they certainly didn't explain the sudden spike of heat Amanda felt as she held the wrapped book. Heat that seemed to radiate from the pages themselves, warm enough to make her fingers tingle. She set the book down and pulled out her water bottle, drinking half of it in long gulps. The heat was getting to her. She was projecting her own trauma onto this situation, seeing significance where there was only coincidence. Nathan had walked somewhere. She'd find him dehydrated and confused, and they'd extract him, and this would become another story about someone who underestimated the desert. Amanda's radio crackled. Not Sanders calling in. This was something else. A voice, distant and distorted by static, speaking words she couldn't quite make out. The language sounded guttural, harsh, nothing like English or Spanish or any of the indigenous languages she'd encountered working in the Southwest. "Sanders, is that you? You're breaking up. Repeat last message. Over." The voice continued, ignoring her. Or perhaps not ignoring, perhaps responding, but in a language that predated modern communication protocols. The words rose and fell in a pattern that felt like poetry or prayer, rhythmic and deliberate. Then cutting through the static, a single word in English. Castellano. Her name, pronounced with an accent that wasn't quite right. The syllables stretched and emphasized strangely. "Who is this? Identify yourself." Over. Laughter, low and crackling like fire consuming dry wood. "You hold my prison. You carry the words that bound me. Will you speak them, Ranger? Will you finish what your Nathan Drake began?" Amanda dropped the radio. It hit the sand and continued transmitting, the voice pouring out of the speaker. "He called but did not complete the ritual. He created the circles but did not enter them. He spoke 3 of the 7 names but fell silent before the binding could take hold. So I took him halfway. He is neither here nor there, neither flesh nor flame. Suspended. Waiting." She grabbed the radio and switched it off. The voice cut mid-sentence. Amanda stood there breathing hard, staring at the device in her hand. Hallucination. Had to be. Heat exhaustion caused auditory hallucinations. She'd been out in 115-degree heat for hours, probably dehydrated despite her water intake. The rational response was to return to her vehicle, rehydrate, cool down, and request backup before continuing the search. But Miguel's face flashed in her memory, that expression of final terror, the one that had haunted her for 2 years. And now Nathan was out here, suspended between here and there, according to a voice that shouldn't exist, and Amanda was holding a book that radiated impossible heat. She picked up the grimoire again, unwrapping it from the silk. The text was incomprehensible, but the illustrations were clear enough. A ritual of invocation, requiring 3 symbols arranged in a triangle, an incantation spoken at the center point, offerings of water and salt, and something the diagram suggested was blood. Nathan had created the symbols. He'd started the incantation. 3 of 7 names, the voice had said. And then something had happened. Something that plucked him from reality mid-stride and left his footprints terminating at nothing. Amanda could call this in. She could package up the evidence, mark the coordinates, and let someone else deal with the impossibility of it. That would be the sane choice, the safe choice, the choice that kept her from confronting the same unknowable horror that had killed Miguel. Or she could finish the ritual. The thought came unbidden, and Amanda recognized its source immediately. Not rationality, but desperation. The same desperation that had driven her into the desert alone, that had made her volunteer for this search despite her trauma. She needed to know. She needed to understand what happened to people who vanished in the desert. And this book, with its elaborate instructions and dire warnings, offered a way to find out. She looked at the symbols drawn in Nathan's notes, at the phonetic transcriptions he'd made of the Arabic words. He'd done half the translation work already, had identified the names that needed to be spoken. The 7th name was partially visible in his notes. Sabania, the Guardians of Fire. Amanda sat in the shadow of Nathan's tent and read through his notes 3 more times, committing the pronunciation guides to memory. Then she stood, tucked the grimoire under her arm, and walked back to the center point where the footprints ended. The 3 stone symbols surrounded her, forming a triangle approximately 60 feet on each side. Standing at the center felt like standing in a spotlight, despite the shadows being wrong for that. The sun was high and brutal, creating only small shadows directly beneath objects. But Amanda felt exposed, watched, as if the desert itself had focused its attention on this small patch of sand. She set the grimoire on the ground and opened it to the page with the incantation. The words were foreign, angular, but Nathan's phonetic guide was clear enough. Amanda had minored in linguistics at university, had studied pronunciation systems and phoneme classification. She could make the sounds. The question was whether she should. "Miguel," she said aloud, speaking to the memory that had driven her here, "I need to know. I need to understand what happened to you. If there's something out here that takes people, that leaves them with that expression on their face, I need to see it. I need to stop being afraid." The desert offered no response. Wind moved across the sand, erasing her footprints, indifferent to human need. Amanda began to read. The first name came out awkwardly, her tongue stumbling over consonants that didn't exist in English. Ifrit, the word for the fire jinn, the malevolent spirits that lived in flames and punished those who disturbed them. The second name was harder. Samum, the poison wind, the simoom that killed travelers in the desert. Third, Zabania, the guardians who tortured the damned. Fourth, Malik, the angel of hell. With each name, the air grew heavier, the heat intensified, going from brutal to supernatural, as if the sun had decided to focus its entire output on this single point. Amanda's skin prickled with sweat that evaporated instantly. Her throat felt scorched. Fifth name, Iblis, the devil himself in Islamic tradition, the jinn who refused to bow to Adam. Sixth, Nar, fire, pure and simple. The temperature had become unbearable. Amanda's vision swam. She could smell smoke, could see heat shimmer rising from the sand in waves that distorted reality. The stone symbols surrounding her had begun to glow faintly, as if heated from within. Seventh name, the final word. Nathan had made it this far and stopped, the voice had said. 3 of 7. But Amanda had spoken 6, and the 7th was right there in the phonetic guide, waiting. She read, Jahim. Hellfire. The desert exploded into flame, not literal fire. Amanda's rational mind insisted on that even as she felt her skin blister. The flames were visible, roaring up from the sand in columns 30 feet high, but they didn't consume. They surrounded her on all sides, forming a wall that trapped her at the center of the triangle. Through the fire, she could see the desert landscape wavering like a mirage, and then the landscape changed. The Panamint Valley disappeared. In its place, Amanda saw a desert of black sand beneath a sky the color of molten copper. 3 suns hung in that sky, each a different size, their light casting overlapping shadows that made distance impossible to judge. The temperature was beyond measurement, hot enough that Amanda should have been dead, should have been ash. But she remained standing, breathing air that tasted like cinnamon and sulfur. You completed the summoning. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating in her bones. The first to do so in 700 years. The flames before her coalesced into a shape, humanoid but wrong, its proportions stretched and twisted. The figure was perhaps 12 feet tall, composed entirely of fire that held a semi-solid form. Its face was a suggestion of features rendered in flame, eyes that burned with intelligence and malice. I am Soraka, it said, Ifrit of the empty places. Your Nathan Drake called to me but lacked the courage to finish. So I left him suspended in the space between summons. Not quite called, not quite released. A punishment for wasting my time. Amanda's voice came out as a rasp. Where is he? Between. The jinn gestured, and the flames parted briefly. Through the gap, Amanda saw Nathan Drake frozen in mid-stride, his body translucent like glass, his face locked in an expression of terror. He wasn't moving, wasn't breathing, existed in some state that was neither alive nor dead. Release him, Amanda demanded, trying to sound commanding despite her fear. Soraka laughed, and the sound was like a wildfire consuming a forest. You have no power to command me, little ranger. You spoke the names, yes, but you made no offerings. You prepared no bindings. You stand in my circles with no protection, no copper wire to trap me, no Solomon's seal to compel obedience. You are prey that has thrown itself into the predator's mouth. The truth of that settled on Amanda like a weight. She'd read the incantation without reading the protections. She'd called the jinn but had no way to control it. In her desperation to understand, to confront the horror that had taken Miguel and now Nathan, she'd made the classic mistake. She'd opened a door without preparing to close it. "What do you want?" she asked. "Freedom." The jinn moved closer, the heat of it making Amanda's hair smoke. "I was bound by a desert sorcerer 7 centuries ago, trapped in this grimoire with instructions that would call me forth. But the binding was clever. I could only be fully released if someone completed the ritual of 7 names and then voluntarily ceded their form to me. Your Nathan understood that, which is why he stopped. But you, grieving one, you might be desperate enough to trade. Trade what? Your body, your life in the physical world. You would cease to exist and I would take your form, walking free in the world of sand and water and human flesh. And in exchange I would release your Nathan Drake from his suspension. 1 life for 1 life. A fair bargain." Amanda looked at Nathan's frozen form, at the terror etched permanently on his face. Then she thought of Miguel, of the expression he'd worn in death. Had he seen something like this in his final moments? Had he encountered the jinn or something like it? Some ancient intelligence that existed in the desert's empty places? "If I refuse?" Nathan remained suspended for eternity. "And you?" Soraka smiled, an expression rendered in flame. "You will never leave this circle. I may be bound to the grimoire, but within the ritual space, I have dominion. You will remain here, aging but never dying, conscious but never escaping, until the desert wind eventually erodes you to dust. It might take 1,000 years. Those aren't real choices. They are the only choices available to those who summon without preparation. Did you think magic was safe? Did you think the old powers would bend to your will simply because you spoke their names?" The jinn's voice took on a mocking tone. "You humans and your arrogance. You find ancient texts and treat them like curiosities, like museum pieces. You read the words without understanding the weight they carry." Amanda's mind raced, searching for options. She had no protection, no copper wire, no Solomon's seal. But she had something the jinn might not have anticipated. She'd spent 2 years studying trauma, learning about dissociation and fragmentation, about how the mind protected itself from horror by compartmentalizing experience. "I'll make a different trade," she said. "You have nothing else to offer." "Yes, I do. You want freedom, but you also want something else. You want someone to know your story. You want someone to understand why you were bound, what you did that made the sorcerer trap you." The flames flickered, interest sparked. "You presume much. All intelligence craves recognition. That's universal, human, animal, or jinn. You've been trapped for 700 years with no one to witness your existence except the occasional fool who reads the summons. But I'm different. I'm a ranger for the National Park Service. My reports go into federal databases. My photographs become part of permanent archives. If I tell your story, it will exist in records that last centuries." "Words," Soraka said dismissively. "Digital vapor. Better than nothing. Better than being forgotten entirely." Amanda pressed on, sensing weakness. "Release Nathan and let us both go. I'll document everything, the grimoire, the symbols, the ritual. I'll make sure your story is preserved. And in exchange, you get what every imprisoned entity wants, to be remembered, to have your existence acknowledged." The jinn was silent for a long moment, the flames that composed its body flickering uncertainly. "You would tell them about me? About what dwells in the empty places?" "I would tell them everything. I would make sure people understood that the desert contains more than sand and heat, that there are old powers here, bound by rituals and seals, waiting for the right words to be spoken." "And you think this serves me? Warning them away?" "I think," Amanda said carefully, "that you're lonely. 700 years is a long time to exist in isolation, even for an Ifrit. You want to be seen, to be known, even if that knowledge comes in the form of fear. It's better than being forgotten. Soraka studied her with eyes of flame. Then slowly the djinn began to laugh. Not mockery this time, but genuine amusement. You are clever for a human, and perhaps you are right. Perhaps being remembered as a terror is better than being forgotten entirely. The flames surrounding Amanda began to recede. Through the dissipating fire, she saw the desert reasserting itself, the black sand fading back to normal, the 3 copper suns collapsing into one yellow star, the impossible heat retreating to merely brutal. Nathan Drake's frozen form shuddered and solidified, becoming flesh again. He collapsed to the sand, gasping and whole. "I release you both," Soraka said, its voice fading. "But hear this, Amanda Castellano. You have made a bargain with an Ifrit, and such bargains have weight. You will tell my story, or I will find you again. Words have power. Names have power. You spoke mine, and now we are bound, not as servant and master, but as chronicler and subject. Do not fail in your obligation." The flames vanished completely. Amanda stood alone in the center of the stone symbols, the grimoire at her feet, Nathan Drake coughing and retching nearby. The temperature was still 115 degrees, but it felt almost cool after the supernatural heat. She ran to Nathan, checking his vitals with shaking hands, pulse strong, breathing steady, pupils reactive. He was dehydrated and probably hypothermic despite the heat. His skin was cold to the touch, his core temperature dangerously low. Amanda pulled her emergency blanket from her pack and wrapped him in it, then keyed her radio. "Castellano to base. I've found Nathan Drake. He's alive but needs immediate medical evacuation. Requesting helicopter support at my coordinates. Over. Copy that, Amanda. Helicopter en route, ETA 20 minutes. What's his condition? Over." Amanda looked at Nathan, who was staring at her with eyes that held too much knowledge, the kind of knowledge that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He'd seen what lay between worlds. He'd existed in suspension, conscious but unable to move or scream or escape. That experience would mark him permanently, just as Miguel's death had marked her. "Severe dehydration and exposure," she said into the radio. "He's going to need extended observation. Castellano out." She sat with Nathan until the helicopter arrived, neither of them speaking. What was there to say? They'd both encountered something the modern world insisted didn't exist, and they both knew that trying to explain it would only result in psychiatric evaluation and skepticism. When the helicopter touched down and the paramedics loaded Nathan onto a stretcher, Amanda gathered the grimoire, wrapping it carefully in the silk cloth. This was evidence, but evidence of what? She could file it with the incident report, could document the stone symbols and the ritual circle, but who would believe her? Who would accept that ancient Islamic magic was real, that jinn existed, that the desert contained powers that predated human civilization? She thought of the bargain she'd made, to tell Soraka's story, to ensure the Ifrit wasn't forgotten. That meant making a choice. File an honest report that would destroy her credibility, or file a sanitized version that protected her career, but violated her agreement with an entity that could reach her anywhere. In the end, Amanda did both. The official report was bland. Nathan Drake had experienced severe heat exhaustion leading to disorientation. He'd wandered from his campsite in a delirious state and was found unresponsive, but alive. The stone symbols were noted as evidence of Nathan's psychological state, ritualistic behavior consistent with heat-induced delirium. The grimoire was logged as personal effects and placed in evidence storage. But Amanda also wrote a second report, unofficial and detailed. She documented everything. The footprints that ended at nothing, the voice on the radio, the summoning ritual, her encounter with Soraka. She included high-resolution photographs of the grimoire's pages, transcriptions of the text from Nathan's notes, GPS coordinates of the stone symbols. She encrypted the document and uploaded it to 3 different servers, ensuring it would survive even if she didn't. Then she added a final note. "To whoever reads this, the desert is older than you know. There are things bound in the empty places waiting for someone to speak their names. Respect that. Fear that. Remember Soraka, Ifrit of the spaces between, who was imprisoned 7 centuries ago and briefly freed by human curiosity. Remember that knowledge always has a price, and sometimes that price is paid in forms that exist between life and death. She saved the document and closed her laptop, feeling the weight of the obligation settling permanently on her shoulders. The djinn had been right about one thing. Words had power. By speaking the names, Amanda had bound herself to Soraka's story, and that binding would last as long as she lived. Nathan Drake recovered physically within 3 days. Psychologically, the recovery would take much longer, if it ever came at all. He refused to discuss what had happened during his suspension, would only say that he'd existed without existing, and that the experience had taught him the universe was larger and stranger than any human mythology suggested. He left Death Valley and never returned. Amanda heard through mutual contacts that he'd moved to Alaska, as far from deserts as American geography allowed. She didn't blame him. Sometimes the only response to horror was distance. Amanda stayed. Someone had to watch the empty places, to make sure no one else stumbled into a 700-year-old trap. She checked the coordinates of Nathan's campsite regularly, verifying that the stone symbols had been scattered by wind, that no new patterns had appeared. The grimoire remained in evidence storage, cataloged but not examined, locked away where curious minds couldn't read its dangerous text. But sometimes, on nights when the temperature dropped below 100 degrees and the stars came out in their millions, Amanda felt heat that had no source. She'd smell cinnamon and sulfur, would hear a voice speaking in a language that predated Arabic, and she'd know that Soraka was checking on her, ensuring she kept the bargain. She'd made a deal with an Ifrit, she'd documented its existence, and now she carried that knowledge like a weight, like Miguel's memory, like all the trauma that accumulated in the empty places where humans encountered forces they couldn't control. The desert kept its secrets, but Amanda Castellano knew one of them now. And knowing was its own form of binding, permanent and inescapable. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what Amanda will do next.
Dennis Blake arranged the plaster casts on the folding table in order of discovery, each one labeled with precise coordinates and timestamp. 7 footprints, each telling an impossible story. The first showed a human foot, size 9 men's hiking boot with a distinctive Vibram sole pattern. The second, found 30 feet northeast, showed a coyote's paw. The third showed what appeared to be a barefoot human print, but with the toes spread impossibly wide and an extra digit. The fourth was back to the hiking boot. The fifth showed a bird's talons, far too large for any raptor native to Arizona. The sixth showed the coyote paw again, but this time it was reversed, as if the animal had been walking backward. The seventh showed something Dennis had no name for, a print that seemed to shift under direct light, its contours refusing to remain fixed. He'd been a ranger at Canyon de Chelly National Monument for 14 years, and in that time he'd documented black bear tracks at elevations where black bears didn't exist, found pictographs that predated accepted carbon dating by 3,000 years, and once recovered a hiker who'd survived 5 days without water in 110-degree heat. Dennis prided himself on finding logical explanations for seemingly inexplicable phenomena. The pictographs had been misdated due to contaminated samples. The bear was a released zoo animal that had wandered. The hiker had found an unknown seep spring. But these tracks defied every logical framework he possessed. The makeshift laboratory, really just the ranger station's break room with the furniture pushed aside, smelled of plaster dust and the chemical tang of fixative spray. Dennis had set up his digital microscope, his UV light source, his reference materials. On his laptop, he had pulled up databases of every known animal track in the Southwest. Nothing matched. Outside, the September sun was baking the red sandstone cliffs of the canyon to temperatures that made the air shimmer. Inside, the AC unit rattled and wheezed, barely keeping the room at 80 degrees. Dennis was 42. thin and meticulous, with wire-frame glasses that were perpetually sliding down his nose, and a tendency to talk to himself when working through problems. "Okay," he muttered, photographing the third cast from multiple angles. "Let's assume we're dealing with a hoaxer, someone deliberately creating false tracks. But why? The area where these were found is 3 miles from the nearest trail, accessible only by technical climbing. No tourist is going that far for a prank, and the substrate analysis shows consistent depth and pressure distribution. These aren't pressed in by hand. Something walked here." His phone buzzed. A text from Chief Ranger Maria Alvarez. "Any progress on the Mills case?" Dennis grimaced. Angela Mills, 29 years old, professional photographer from Santa Fe, specializing in Native American cultural sites. She'd obtained all the proper permits to photograph the restricted areas of the canyon, had checked in with the Navajo Parks and Recreation Department, had followed every protocol. She'd been documenting a series of ancestral Puebloan pictographs in a remote alcove on the North Rim when she'd vanished 6 days ago. Her camera had been found 4 days later, 2 miles from where she should have been, sitting on a flat rock in direct sunlight. The SD card was intact. The battery was dead. When Dennis had reviewed the images, he'd wanted to throw the camera into the canyon and forget what he'd seen. He pulled up the photos now on his laptop, forcing himself to look again with clinical detachment. Image 1. The pictographs. Beautiful work, clearly ancestral Puebloan, showing the typical handprints, spiral patterns, and animal figures. Timestamp 7:23 a.m. 6 days ago. Images 2:15. Detailed shots of the pictographs from various angles. Professional quality. Nothing unusual. Timestamps 7:25, 7:45 a.m. Image 16. A self-portrait of Angela. Smiling, red bandana holding back dark curly hair. Professional camera vest. The canyon stretched out behind her. Timestamp 8:02 a.m. Image 17. The first wrong image. Another self-portrait, same angle, but Angela wasn't alone. Standing behind her, barely visible in the shadows of the alcove, was a figure. Human-shaped, but wrong. Too tall. Arms too long. The face was a blur, as if it had moved during the exposure, but Dennis could make out what might have been eyes, reflective, catching the light like an animal's. He'd shown this image to Maria Alvarez. "Probably another hiker," she'd said, though her voice lacked conviction, "or a lens artifact." Dennis had spent 3 hours analyzing the image. It wasn't a lens artifact. The figure had depth, cast a shadow, occupied physical space, and in the metadata, something odd. The camera had taken this photo in full automatic mode, but the settings made no sense. The ISO was maxed out at 6400 despite bright sunlight. The shutter speed was 1/8,000th of a second, impossibly fast. The aperture was f32, stopped down as if photographing something incredibly bright. Image 18. Timestamp 8:04 a.m. Just 2 minutes later, this photo showed Angela's hand held up to the camera, palm out. In the center of her palm was a symbol, drawn in what looked like ash or charcoal. Dennis had sent the image to an anthropologist friend at Northern Arizona University. The response had been terse. "That's not pictographic. That's a skinwalker curse mark. Where did you find this?" Dennis hadn't responded. He didn't believe in curses. Images 19 to 47, a rapid sequence of photos taken over the span of 4 minutes. These were harder to explain. In them, Angela was running. The camera angle was shaky, unfocused, but Dennis could make out the landscape. She was moving down the canyon, away from the alcove. In several frames, he could see her shadow on the red rock. Except the shadow was wrong. It moved independently, sometimes in the opposite direction of her body. In image 32, her shadow had 4 legs. In image 40, the shadow had wings. By image 47, taken at 8:08 a.m., there were 3 shadows cast by one body. Images 48 to 52. These photos were taken from a low angle, as if the camera was on the ground. They showed the sky, cloudless and impossibly blue, and in each photo, circling overhead, was a bird, the same bird, a raven from the silhouette. But the raven appeared in the exact same position in each frame, despite the photos being taken over a span of 30 seconds. Image 53. The camera was moving again, being carried. This photo showed Angela's feet, her hiking boots on red sandstone, and next to them, a set of coyote tracks. The tracks matched her stride perfectly, appearing and disappearing in sync with her footsteps. Images 54-73. Pure documentation of impossibility. In these photos, taken over 15 minutes according to the timestamps but showing light conditions that suggested hours had passed, Angela photographed her own transformation. Her hands becoming paws, her shadow detaching from her body entirely and walking away. Her reflection in a puddle showing something with antlers. A close-up of her eyes, the pupils vertical slits like a cat's. The final image, number 74, was taken at 9:47 a.m. It showed the canyon from a high vantage point, at least 300 feet up on the cliff face. No human could have climbed there in that time frame. The photo was perfectly focused, professionally composed. And in the bottom right corner, Dennis could just make out what looked like a paw, not human, not quite canine, resting on the rock. After that, nothing. The camera's battery had died or been turned off, or simply stopped recording reality as Dennis understood it. "These aren't real," Dennis said aloud, for perhaps the 100th time since seeing the images. "They can't be real. Photo manipulation, digital artifacts, some kind of elaborate hoax." But the metadata didn't lie. The images had been taken in camera with no post-processing. The EXIF data was clean, showing no signs of tampering, and Dennis had examined the camera itself. A Canon 5D Mark III, professional grade. No malware, no custom firmware that might produce corrupted images. He'd sent the SD card to a forensic lab in Albuquerque. They'd confirmed it. The images were authentic captures, not composites or manipulations, which left Dennis with an impossible conclusion. The camera had accurately recorded something that shouldn't exist. His phone buzzed again. This time, a call. Maria Alvarez. "Dennis, we've got another situation. Hikers just reported finding clothes on the White House Trail. Women's clothes. They matched the description of what Mills was wearing." Dennis felt his stomach drop. "I'm on my way." The White House Trail was one of the few paths in Canyon de Chelly accessible without a Navajo guide. It descended 600 feet from the canyon rim to the floor, winding past the iconic White House ruins. Popular with tourists, well-maintained, heavily trafficked. Not the kind of place where people vanished. Dennis made the hike in 40 minutes, moving fast despite the heat. The sun was directly overhead now, turning the canyon into a furnace. The sandstone radiated stored heat, making the air feel solid. He passed a group of tourists heading up, their faces red and sweating. The clothes were arranged on a flat boulder near the ruins themselves, laid out with almost ceremonial precision. Dennis recognized them from Angela's permit photo. Olive green hiking pants, a white technical shirt, sports bra, underwear, socks. The hiking boots sat beside them, laces neatly tied. Everything was clean, as if freshly laundered, except for the smell. Dennis bent closer, his nose wrinkling. The clothes reeked of wet dog and something else, something musky and wild, like the inside of an animal's den. "Don't touch them," he told the hikers who'd found them, a retired couple from Ohio. "Did you see anyone else down here? Any signs of where these came from?" "Just those," the woman said, pointing. "Tracks, leading away from the boulder, heading deeper into the canyon." Dennis photographed them carefully, then followed. They were human prints, barefoot, the right size to match Angela Mills. But something was wrong with the gait. The stride length varied wildly, sometimes 18 inches, sometimes 6 feet. In places, the tracks seemed to skip over sections of ground entirely, as if the walker had simply ceased to exist for several feet before reappearing. Dennis followed them for half a mile until they reached a section of the canyon where the walls narrowed to barely 15 feet across. Here, the tracks ended at a sheer rock face and went straight up it. He tilted his head back, tracing the impossible path. The barefoot prints continued up the vertical sandstone, each one clearly visible in the afternoon light, defying gravity and basic physics. They climbed 200 feet, then disappeared around an overhang. Dennis stood there for a long moment, his carefully constructed rationality crumbling. "No," he said firmly. "There's an explanation. Climbing equipment. She had gear that wasn't found. She used ropes, adhesive, something. But Angela Mills hadn't checked out any technical climbing equipment. Her permit listed only photography gear." Dennis turned and nearly walked into a man standing 3 feet behind him. He hadn't heard anyone approach. The man was Navajo, elderly, his face a topographic map of wrinkles. He wore traditional turquoise and silver jewelry, dusty jeans, a plaid shirt. His eyes were dark and knowing. "You're Dennis Blake," the man said, not a question. "Yes, I know who you are. I'm Thomas Begay. I used to guide in this canyon before my knees gave out. I know every inch of this place. I know its secrets." "Mr. Begay, I'm in the middle of an investigation." "You're in the middle of something you don't understand," Thomas interrupted. "That woman, the photographer, she went where she shouldn't have gone. Photographed things that don't want to be photographed. The pictographs. She had permits, not the pictographs. The alcove where she went, that place is forbidden, has been for generations. There are sites in this canyon that we don't preserve, that we don't protect, that we don't show to outsiders. Places we deliberately let erosion claim, because some things should be forgotten." Dennis felt irritation rising. "Mr. Begay, I appreciate your cultural concerns, but I'm trying to find a missing person." "She's not missing. She's changed." Thomas fixed him with those dark eyes. "You've seen the photographs. You know what I'm talking about. Yi Naldlushi, Skinwalker. She's walked the path now, whether she meant to or not. That's not real. Skinwalkers are mythology." "Are they?" Thomas gestured at the footprints going up the vertical wall. "Explain that with your science. Explain the photographs. Explain how she left her clothes behind and walked away on bare feet through a 100-degree desert without dying of exposure." Dennis opened his mouth and closed it again. He couldn't explain those things. "You want to find her?" Thomas said. "You need to understand what you're looking for. Yinald Lushi. They're witches, rangers who broke the taboos, who performed forbidden ceremonies, usually involving the death of a close family member. They gain the ability to wear skins, to transform, but they're not invincible. They're still partially human, and they're always hungry. Not for food, for life, for energy, for the heat that lives in living things. This is folklore. You keep using that word like it means not true." Thomas smiled without humor. "Folklore just means old truth. Knowledge passed down because it kept people alive. You think the Diné people survived in this desert for thousands of years without understanding what shares it with us?" A gust of wind came down the canyon, bringing with it that same wet dog musk Dennis had smelled on the clothes. Thomas tensed. "It knows we're talking about it," he said quietly. "They always know. You need to leave this canyon now, tonight. Don't come back." "I can't do that. I have a job." "Your job will get you killed." Thomas turned and started walking back toward the trail, over his shoulder. "Don't go into the side canyons after dark. Don't follow sounds that might be voices. And if you see an animal watching you, really watching you, with intelligence, run. Don't look back. Just run. He disappeared around a bend in the trail, leaving Dennis alone with the impossible footprints. That night, Dennis did what he always did when faced with inexplicable phenomena. He researched. He sat in his small apartment in Chinle, laptop open, reading everything he could find about skinwalker legends. The Navajo were reluctant to discuss it, he discovered. Most websites were run by white enthusiasts or paranormal investigators, their information dubious at best. But he found a few academic papers, anthropological studies, linguistic analyses of the original Navajo terms. The picture that emerged was consistent. Skinwalkers were witches who gained their power through a profound violation of Navajo ethics, usually the murder of a sibling or parent. They could transform into animals by wearing the pelts of those creatures. They moved with impossible speed. They could mimic human voices. They fed on the living in ways that weren't clearly defined, but always resulted in wasting sickness or death. And they were associated with a specific type of witchcraft called the corpse poison way, involving the desecration of graves and the use of bone powder. Dennis fell asleep reading, his dreams filled with images of Angela Mills running on all fours through the canyon, her shadow detaching and reforming, her face becoming a coyote's muzzle. He woke at 2:17 a.m. to scratching sounds on his window. The apartment was dark, except for the glow of his laptop's sleep mode. Dennis lay perfectly still, listening. The scratching came again, rhythmic, deliberate, like nails on glass. He reached for his phone, turned on its flashlight, and aimed it at the window. A coyote stared back at him from the exterior ledge, which was impossible. His apartment was on the second floor. The coyote opened its mouth. Dennis, his name, spoken in Angela Mills' voice, coming from the animal's throat. "Dennis, I need help. I'm trapped. I don't know what happened to me. Please, open the window." Every rational part of his mind screamed that this was impossible. Coyotes couldn't climb to second-floor windows. Coyotes couldn't speak. This had to be a dream or a hallucination brought on by stress and desert heat. But the coyote tapped on the glass with one paw, and the sound was absolutely real. "Please," it said again. And now Dennis could see that its eyes were wrong. They weren't the yellow-brown of a coyote. They were hazel, human. Angela Mills's eyes, set in an animal's skull. He got up slowly, approaching the window. The coyote tracked him with those human eyes. "Angela?" His voice came out as a croak. "I don't know what happened. I was photographing the site and I felt strange, dizzy. Then I was running and I couldn't stop. Dennis, I can't change back. I can't remember how to be human. Please help me." Something about the voice was wrong, not the fact that it came from a coyote. Dennis had moved past that impossibility. It was the cadence, the phrasing. It was Angela's voice, but not quite Angela's speech pattern. "How do I know you're really Angela Mills?" he asked. The coyote tilted its head, a disturbingly human gesture. "What do you mean? Who else would I be?" "Tell me something only Angela would know. Something from her permit application." I don't remember, Dennis, please, I'm so confused. Everything is jumbled. Let me in and I can explain. Angela listed a next of kin on her application. Who was it? The coyote's mouth opened wider, showing too many teeth. Why are you being like this? I need help. I need to get inside where it's safe. There are things in the desert, Dennis. Things that hunt. Who was her next of kin? Dennis repeated, his hand on his phone, ready to call. Whom? Animal control. The police. What would he even say? The coyote stopped pretending. Its body language changed, becoming more predatory, less desperate. When it spoke again, the voice had changed. Still Angela's tone, but with something else underneath. Something cold and ancient. You're smarter than I gave you credit for, Ranger, or maybe just more paranoid. That's good. Paranoia keeps prey alive longer, makes the game more interesting. What are you? I'm wearing Angela Mills, or pieces of her. The parts I needed, her voice, her scent, her memories, some of them anyway. The rest I've eaten or set aside for later. I can wear you too, Dennis. Would you like that? We could share a skin, walk together, hunt together. Dennis backed away from the window. The thing that looked like a coyote pressed closer to the glass. You're thinking about running, it said. That's instinct. But where would you go? I can smell the roads from here. Taste the direction of your car. I'm faster than you. Faster than anything with just 2 legs. And I'm so very hungry, Dennis. Do you know what hunger is? True hunger? Not the small want of a missed meal. The emptiness that consumes from the inside. The need that hollows out everything you are until there's just hunger wearing your shape. The Angela Mills I saw in those permit photos had a mother, Dennis said, surprised by the steadiness of his own voice. Susan Mills, listed as emergency contact. You didn't know that, because you're not Angela. You're something that took her. The coyote laughed, a sound that should have been impossible from that throat, but it came out perfectly, terribly human. Clever boy. Yes, I took her. But slowly, you understand. Not all at once. First just a little, just a taste. She walked into that alcove and I offered her a trade. Power for permission. The ability to see as animals see, to run as they run, to understand the secret languages of the wild. She said yes. They always say yes when you offer them something they want. You tricked her. I offered her a choice. She chose. What happened after? Well, that's the nature of transformation. You can't become something new without losing what you were. Angela Mills walked into that alcove. Something else walked out. Something that's still learning how to wear human memories like a coat. The thing pressed against the glass, and Dennis heard it crack. Last chance, Dennis. Open the window. Let me in. I'll make it quick, or I can make it slow. I can peel away pieces of you over days, wear your face while you watch, show you what you look like from the outside as you disappear from the inside. The choice is yours. Dennis grabbed his car keys and ran. He made it to his truck, started the engine, and was pulling out of the parking lot when something landed on the hood. Not a coyote now, something larger. A mountain lion maybe, but wrong. Too long in the limbs, too aware. It spoke through the windshield. Running just makes me hungry. Dennis floored the accelerator. The thing on his hood held on as he swerved wildly, trying to dislodge it. At 40 miles per hour, it finally lost its grip and tumbled off into the darkness. In his rearview mirror, Dennis saw it stand, not like a cat, like a person wearing a cat's body as a costume that didn't quite fit. He drove to the ranger station, called Maria Alvarez, and tried to explain. She listened without interrupting, which was either a good sign or a very bad one. Dennis, she said when he finished, I'm going to say something you're not going to like, but I need you to listen. The Navajo Nation police have been investigating parallel to us. They found evidence that Angela Mills may have been involved with a group researching Native American ceremonial practices. Not academics, outsiders, people trying to recreate certain rituals. Skinwalker rituals. A long pause. Yes. You believe it. You believe she actually became something. I believe, Maria said carefully, that there are things in this world that don't fit into our usual frameworks. And I believe that Canyon de Chelly has been sacred and forbidden in equal measure for a reason. The Navajo police have asked us to suspend the search. They're bringing in a specialist, someone who deals with these situations. A medicine man. A Hatawi, yes. He'll arrive tomorrow. Until then, Dennis, I need you to stay away from the canyon. Stay in public places. Don't go anywhere alone. Dennis spent the rest of the night in the ranger station, all the lights on, doors locked. He dozed fitfully in an office chair, jerking awake at every sound. Dawn came slowly, the darkness giving way to purple and orange. Dennis stepped outside as the first rays hit the canyon rim. The air was already warming, promising another scorching day. Something was different. It took him a moment to realize what. All the birdsong had stopped. The usual morning chorus of ravens and canyon wrens was absent. The silence was total. Then he saw them. Animals emerging from the canyon. Dozens of them. Coyotes, ravens, jackrabbits, lizards, even a pair of bobcats. They moved in a coordinated mass, flowing like water over the landscape. And they were all headed directly toward the ranger station. Dennis backed toward the door. The animals stopped at the edge of the parking lot, forming a perfect semicircle. They didn't make a sound. They just watched. Then they all opened their mouths and spoke in perfect unison, in Angela Mills' voice. "You can't hide from someone who wears the world as a skin." A truck pulled into the parking lot, a battered pickup with Navajo Nation plates. An old man got out, moving with surprising speed. He wore traditional clothing and carried a bundle wrapped in red cloth. Thomas Bigay. He looked at the assembled animals, at Dennis, and nodded as if this was exactly what he'd expected. "Get inside," he told Dennis. "Now." Dennis didn't argue. Together, they retreated into the ranger station. Thomas unwrapped the bundle, revealing several items. A pouch of corn pollen, eagle feathers, what looked like carved bone artifacts, and a leather-bound book covered in symbols Dennis didn't recognize. "You've seen it," Thomas said. "The Yi Naldlushi. It's fixated on you now. That's bad. They're patient hunters. It could stalk you for months, years even, wearing different forms, speaking with different voices. You'd never know which animal to trust, which person might be a skin it's borrowed. How do we stop it?" "Stop it?" Thomas almost laughed. "You don't stop them. You survive them. You respect them. You protect yourself." He began drawing symbols on the floor with the corn pollen. "This will help. But only here, only now. You need to leave this place, Dennis. Find another job, another canyon. Don't come back. I can't just abandon—" "Yes, you can. Pride keeps rangers in dangerous situations. Pride gets them killed. The Skinwalker has tasted your fear. It knows your smell now, knows your routine. It will hunt you in ways you can't predict. The only defense is distance and protection." He held up one of the bone artifacts, a carved figure that might have been human or might have been something else. "This is made from yucca bone. Very old, very powerful. It confuses them, makes it hard for them to track. Wear it always." Outside, the animals were moving closer. They pressed against the windows, silent and watchful. "What happened to Angela Mills?" Dennis asked. "The real Angela Mills. Is there anything left of her?" Thomas's expression was grim. "In the beginning, yes. A piece. The Skinwalker wears her, but she's still in there somewhere, screaming, getting smaller every day as it digests her. Eventually, there will be nothing left but the Skinwalker wearing her memories like photographs. That's the mercy and the horror of it. She stops suffering only when she stops existing." One of the windows cracked. A raven's beak had punched through, creating a small hole. Through it came Angela's voice again, but distorted now, as if multiple versions of her were speaking slightly out of sync. "Dennis, please, I'm still in here. You can save me. You just have to let me in. I can explain everything. I can show you what I've learned. The boundaries between things aren't real. Skin is just a suggestion. You could be so much more if you'd just let me teach you." Thomas completed the protection circle and stepped back. The corn pollen glowed faintly in the morning light, or maybe that was Dennis's imagination. "When I open this door," Thomas said, "you run to your truck. Don't look at them, don't listen to them. Drive south and don't stop until you're out of the Navajo Nation. The reservation boundaries offer some protection. Traditional magic has geographical limits. Beyond that, wear this always." He pressed the bone amulet into Dennis's hand. "And never, never speak its name. Names have power. The more we talk about them, the stronger they become. What about you? I'm an old man. I've had a long life, and I know ways to deal with these things that you don't. I'll buy you time. Use it wisely. Thomas opened the door. The animal surged forward as Dennis ran. He felt claws scrape his jacket, teeth snap near his legs. Something that might have been Angela Mills' voice screamed in rage and hunger. But he made it to his truck, gunned the engine, and tore out of the parking lot. In his rearview mirror, he saw Thomas standing in the doorway of the ranger station, arms raised, speaking words Dennis couldn't hear. The animals were converging on him. Dennis drove south, his hands shaking, the bone amulet burning cold against his chest where he tucked it under his shirt. He crossed the reservation boundary at dawn, marked by a faded sign, "Leaving Navajo Nation. Drive safely." The silence followed him. Dennis Blake resigned from the National Park Service 2 weeks later. He moved to Tucson, found work as a wildlife biologist with the University of Arizona. Indoor work, mostly lab-based, analyzing other people's field data. He never went back to Canyon de Chelly. Thomas Begay's body was found 3 days after Dennis left, in his home in Chinle. Natural causes, the report said. Old age. Dennis knew better. He also knew that Thomas had bought him escape with that death, a trade made in traditional ways Dennis would never fully understand. Angela Mills was never found. The case remained open for 6 months before being classified as a presumed death due to environmental exposure. Her mother held a memorial service in Santa Fe. Dennis didn't attend, but sometimes late at night, Dennis's phone would ring. Unknown number. When he answered, there would be silence, then the sound of breathing, too slow, too measured to be fully human. And sometimes, if he listened long enough, he'd hear Angela Mills's voice, distant and distorted. "I'm still learning, Dennis. Learning how to be. How many skins can one thing wear? I'm up to 17 now. How many until I remember how to be Angela? How many until I forget I was ever anything else?" Dennis changed his number 4 times. It didn't help. The thing that wore Angela Mills had his scent, his pattern, his essence, and it was patient. He still wore the bone amulet. It hung cold against his heart, a constant reminder that some boundaries between human and animal, living and transformed hunter and prey, were thinner than science acknowledged. And sometimes, when Dennis looked in the mirror, he wondered if his own reflection watched him back, with eyes that were a little too knowing, a little too ancient, a little too hungry. In the desert, things changed, and once changed, they rarely changed back. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? What do you think happened to Thomas Begay? The bathroom mirror reflected someone Stephanie Walsh barely recognized anymore. She gripped the sink's edge with both hands, knuckles white, trying to force oxygen into lungs that had forgotten how to process air properly. 5 years. 5 years since she'd watched Rachel fall, since she'd heard the rope snap with that sound like a gunshot, since she'd screamed her partner's name into the void of Yosemite's granite walls and received only echoes in response. 5 years, and the panic attacks still found her in fluorescent-lit bathrooms, in quiet moments when her guard dropped, in the spaces between heartbeats where grief lived permanently. The Grand Teton Ranger Station bathroom was small, clinical, smelling of industrial cleaner and the particular staleness that came from inadequate ventilation. Through the door, she could hear the normal sounds of the morning briefing winding down. Boots on linoleum, coffee mugs being refilled, the low murmur of ranger conversations. July 2008. High season. The backcountry would be crowded with hikers, climbers, families chasing the American wilderness experience with inadequate preparation and unlimited optimism. Stephanie counted her breaths. 4 in, hold 7, 8 out. The technique her therapist had taught her. Rachel had been 29. They'd been partners for 3 years, lovers for 2, planning to leave the Park Service and open a guide company together. The rope had been rated for £3,000. It shouldn't have failed. The investigation found a microscopic manufacturing defect, a weakness invisible to inspection, a tragedy born from pure statistical impossibility. Sometimes Stephanie thought the impossibility was worse than deliberate malice. At least malice you could hate. Impossibility just was, cold and indifferent as stone. Her radio crackled, making her flinch. All units, be advised we have a 1078. Request for assistance, backcountry sector 7. Ranger Santiago reporting possible stalking incident. Alaska Basin area. Stand by. Stephanie's hands went numb. Amber Santiago, 23 years old, graduated from Colorado State with a degree in wildlife biology 3 months ago, hired as seasonal ranger because the Park Service needed bodies during peak season, and she'd aced every test they'd thrown at her. Eager, intelligent, reminded Stephanie painfully of Rachel, not in appearance but in that particular quality of fearless enthusiasm that the wilderness hadn't beaten out of her yet. Stephanie had been assigned as her field training officer, had spent the past 6 weeks teaching her the same skills she'd once taught Rachel: route finding, emergency medicine, how to read weather patterns in the mountains' faces, how to stay calm when tourists panicked, had carefully maintained professional distance while simultaneously becoming more invested than she'd been in anything since Rachel died. And now Amber was calling for help. The radio crackled again. Following me. It's been following me since... Static consumed the transmission. Not an animal. Something's wrong with... More static. Then Amber's voice, higher-pitched, breaking. Stephanie, if you're listening, I'm... A sound came through the radio that turned Stephanie's blood to ice water. Not quite a scream. Something worse. A sound of pure instinctive terror that predated language, that came from the part of the human brain that remembered being prey. Then silence. Stephanie was through the bathroom door before conscious thought caught up with action. The main office held 6 rangers, all frozen, staring at the dispatch console where the transmission had originated. Chief Ranger Tom Brennan, 58, and weathered as the mountains themselves, held the mic with the careful grip of someone trying to squeeze hope from plastic and electronics. Santiago, come back. Amber, do you copy? Dead air. All units, we have a possible 1033, Ranger in distress. Last known position. He checked the GPS tracking system. Alaska Basin, approximately 11.3 miles from trailhead, elevation 10,200 feet. Santiago was conducting solo wildlife survey, scheduled return 1700 hours. Stephanie checked her watch. 09:47. Amber had been out there since dawn. I'm going, Stephanie said, her voice steadier than she felt. Brennan looked at her with eyes that had supervised too many rescue operations, that knew the statistical difference between rescue and recovery. Walsh, you're not cleared for solo backcountry response. Protocol requires a minimum 2-hour assembly time for SR team. Amber might not have 2 hours. We don't know what we're dealing with. She said something was following her. Could be a grizzly, could be a stalker, could be she's injured and disoriented. You go in alone, and we could end up with 2 rangers down. Everything Brennan said was correct. Stephanie knew this, knew the statistics, the procedures, the careful risk assessment that kept rangers alive in environments designed to kill humans. Knew that her PTSD, her history, her ongoing therapy were all documented in her personnel file with recommendations for limited high-stress assignments. But she also knew the sound Amber had made in those final seconds of transmission. Knew it intimately, because she'd made that same sound 5 years ago watching Rachel fall. I can reach Alaska Basin in 4 hours if I push hard. I've got the training, the equipment, and I'm the only one here who knows that terrain from when I worked Yellowstone's backcountry. That was a slight exaggeration. The Tetons were different from Yellowstone's geography, but true enough. Give me a radio check every 30 minutes. If I don't respond, then you send the full team. Brennan studied her for a long moment. Other rangers had gathered, 6 faces showing various combinations of concern and calculation. They all knew her history. Most had probably read the incident report from Yosemite, the one that detailed in clinical language how Ranger Stephanie Walsh had been unable to prevent her partner's death due to equipment failure beyond her control. 4 hours to reach her position, Brennan said finally. Radio check every 30. You miss 1 check, I'm pulling you out and sending in the team. And Walsh, he waited until she met his eyes. Don't be a hero. If the situation is beyond your capacity to handle alone, you radio immediately. That's an order. Stephanie nodded, already mentally cataloging what she needed. Extended first aid kit, emergency shelter, extra water, high-calorie food, rope, harness, her personal climbing gear. The Alaska Basin Trail was brutal. 11 miles of elevation gain from valley floor to high alpine basin, crossing multiple ecological zones, exposed to weather that could shift from pleasant to deadly in 30 minutes. 20 minutes later, she was moving. The trailhead started deceptively gentle, winding through lodgepole pine forest along Teton Canyon's floor. Tourist families posed for photos near the wilderness permit board, their laughter bright and unconcerned. Stephanie pushed past them without acknowledgement, settling into the ground-eating pace that came from 2 decades of backcountry work, not quite running but faster than hiking, a sustainable rhythm that consumed miles while conserving energy for whatever waited at the destination. The forest gave way to steeper terrain, the trail switching back on itself, climbing. Stephanie's pack, loaded with emergency equipment, weighed 38 pounds. She barely noticed it. Her body had learned long ago to treat weight as extension of self, to move with the pack rather than against it. At 2 miles, the forest thinned. At 3, it disappeared entirely, replaced by the exposed alpine environment where only the hardiest vegetation survived. Krummholz trees twisted by wind, alpine wildflowers in their brief explosive summer, expanses of talus where nothing grew at all. The Teton Range rose around her in formations that made human concerns feel microscopic. Grand Teton itself at 13,775 feet, Middle and South Teton flanking it. Cathedral Group's jagged peaks cutting the sky like broken teeth. Beautiful, magnificent, utterly indifferent to human life. Her radio check at 30 minutes went smoothly. At 60 minutes, she was breathing hard but making good time. The trail followed Death Canyon, named with the frontier's characteristic bluntness, before branching toward Alaska Basin. Despite the name, the canyon was popular with experienced hikers, offering dramatic views and challenging terrain without requiring technical climbing skills. Stephanie had been here twice before, both times in her Yellowstone days when she'd occasionally worked joint operations with Teton Rangers. She remembered the basin itself as spectacular, a high-altitude bowl ringed by peaks, dotted with alpine lakes, home to pikas and marmots and the occasional mountain goat. Beautiful in summer, deadly in winter, the kind of place that demanded respect and punished carelessness with absolute efficiency. At 90 minutes, something changed. The temperature dropped, not gradually, as might be expected with elevation gain and changing weather patterns, but abruptly, as if she'd walked through an invisible membrane separating summer from deep winter. One moment, she was sweating in July sunshine. The next, her breath was visible in air that felt like late November. Stephanie stopped, pulling out her emergency thermometer. 48 degrees Fahrenheit. That was wrong. She was at maybe 8,000 feet elevation. Even accounting for wind chill and cloud cover, the temperature should be in the low 60s at minimum. She checked the sky. Clear, brilliant blue, no clouds, no approaching front, nothing to explain the sudden cold. Her radio check came through normal. She reported her position, the unusual temperature drop, received confirmation and instruction to proceed with caution. Weather in the mountains could be freakishly localized. Stephanie had seen snowstorms hit one valley while the adjacent valley remained sunny. But this felt different. Wrong in a way her hindbrain recognized, even if her rational mind couldn't articulate why. She continued climbing. At 4 miles, she found the first sign that Amber had come this way. A piece of orange flagging tape, the kind rangers used to mark survey sites, tied around a stunted pine. Except it had been shredded, torn into strips that fluttered in wind that shouldn't have existed in this sheltered section of trail. Stephanie examined the tree itself. The bark showed deep gouges, 4 parallel scratches that went through the outer layer into the white wood beneath. She measured them with her fingers, 6 inches long, spaced about 2 inches apart, angled downward as if something had raked claws down the trunk with considerable force. Bear, her mind suggested. Grizzly marking territory. But the spacing was wrong for bear claws, too wide, and bears typically left marking scratches higher up on trees, standing on hind legs to advertise their size. These marks were at shoulder height for a human, maybe 6 feet off the ground. She photographed them with her digital camera, bulky 2008 technology that felt inadequate compared to what she knew would come in future years, and continued. The cold intensified. By 5 miles, frost-coated exposed rocks despite the sunshine. Stephanie's breath came in white clouds, her fingers going numb inside her gloves. This was impossible. Thermodynamically impossible. The sun was shining directly on her. She should be warm, should be fighting heat exhaustion, not hypothermia. At 6 miles, she found Amber's pack. It lay in the middle of the trail, dumped rather than set down, its contents partially spilled. Water bottles, energy bars, survey equipment, Amber's personal first aid kit with her name in Sharpie on the outside. But no blood, no signs of struggle beyond the scattered contents, nothing to indicate violence had occurred here. Stephanie keyed her radio. Base, this is Walsh. I found Santiago's pack at approximately mile 6, elevation 9,400. Pack appears abandoned, but no immediate signs of injury or distress. Continuing to her last known position. Copy that, Walsh. Be advised we're tracking unusual atmospheric readings in your area. Temperature sensors are showing significant localized cooling. Recommendation is... Static consumed the transmission. Base, you're breaking up. Repeat last. Nothing but the hiss of dead air and something underneath it. Something that might have been wind, or might have been breathing, or might have been her imagination. Stephanie switched frequencies, tried raising dispatch directly. Same static. Her GPS unit still showed her position accurately. Technology that relied on satellite signals rather than line-of-sight radio. But all voice communication had been cut off as completely as if someone had thrown a switch. She was alone. The smart thing would be to turn back, return to radio range, wait for the SAR team. The smart thing would be to acknowledge that she was a single ranger with a history of trauma, responding to a situation that had already claimed one colleague and might easily claim another. But Amber was out here somewhere. Amber, who was 23 and brilliant and reminded Stephanie too much of Rachel, who had made that sound of pure terror over the radio before going silent. Stephanie continued climbing. The trail became steeper, more exposed. She crossed a section of loose talus where every step required careful placement, where a twisted ankle would be catastrophic. The cold had become painful now, despite her layered clothing and continuing physical exertion. Her core temperature felt wrong, as if the cold was bypassing normal thermal regulation and attacking directly. At 8 miles, she found blood. Not a lot. Just drops, dark against the pale granite, leading off-trail toward a jumbled section of boulders. Stephanie followed them, one hand on the bear spray clipped to her belt, useless against most threats, but better than nothing, her other hand free for balance. The boulders formed a maze of passages barely wide enough for human navigation. The blood trail led into them, marking the stone in a pattern that suggested someone had been moving quickly, carelessly, pressing against rocks that scraped and cut. "Amber!" Stephanie's shout echoed off stone, came back to her distorted. "Amber Santiago, if you can hear me, respond." For 3 heartbeats, nothing, then faintly from deep within the boulder field, "Help." The voice was weak, thready, barely audible, but it was human. It was Amber. Stephanie squeezed into the boulder maze, following the blood, following the voice. The passages twisted, narrowed, opened into small chambers before constricting again, claustrophobic, disorienting. The kind of terrain where people got wedged and died slowly while rescuers worked frantically above them. She found Amber in a chamber about 10 feet across, huddled against the far wall with her knees drawn up to her chest, her ranger uniform torn and filthy, her face pale as bone. Blood crusted her left forearm where fabric had been shredded along with skin. "Stephanie," Amber's voice cracked. "You came." "Of course I came." Stephanie moved carefully into the chamber, assessing. The arm wound looked bad, but not immediately life-threatening. Jagged lacerations consistent with being scraped against rough granite, dirty and probably requiring stitches, but no arterial involvement. Amber's pupils were equal and reactive, no obvious head trauma. Mild hypothermia based on her shivering and pale skin. Severe psychological distress evident in her body language and the way her eyes wouldn't stop scanning the chamber's entrance. "What happened?" Stephanie asked, pulling out her first aid kit, beginning to clean the arm wound with antiseptic wipes. "Something followed me." Amber's voice was flat, shock-toned. "From about mile 4. I thought it was an animal at first. Heard something moving parallel to the trail, just out of sight, but animals don't follow hikers for miles. They spook and run, or they ignore you, or they approach directly if they're dangerous. This stalked me. Deliberately. Intelligently. Did you see it? Glimpses. Through the trees. It moved wrong, Stephanie, too fast, too fluid, and the cold started, like it brought winter with it." Stephanie wrapped the arm wound with gauze, her hands working automatically while her mind processed Amber's description. Stalking behavior, unnatural cold, movement that violated normal kinetic expectations. These were not typical wildlife characteristics. These were... She stopped that thought before it fully formed. Focus on immediate concerns. Stabilize Amber. Get back to radio range. Report. Let experts determine what had happened out here. "We're leaving," she said. "Can you walk?" Amber nodded. "I think so. My ankle's twisted but not broken. I can..." The temperature plummeted. In the space of a single breath, the cold went from painful to agonizing, from unusual to impossible. Stephanie's exhaled breath didn't just fog. It crystallized, ice forming in midair and falling as tiny, glittering particles. The stone walls of their chamber developed frost patterns, feather-like crystal formations, spreading across granite that had been bare seconds before. And something screamed. Not an animal scream. Not human. Something between the two. A sound that combined the throaty rage of a predator with the higher-pitched elements of human vocal cords stretched beyond their design parameters. It came from somewhere in the boulder maze, echoing off stone, seeming to originate from multiple directions simultaneously. Amber grabbed Stephanie's arm with strength born from terror. "That's it! That's what chased me!" Stephanie's training screamed conflicting protocols. Shelter in place, avoid the threat, protect the civilian, radio for help, assess the danger, retreat tactically. But her radio was dead. There was no shelter, and Amber was injured and terrified and her responsibility. "Stay behind me," Stephanie said, pulling out the bear spray. "We're going back the way I came. Move quickly but carefully. Do not run unless I tell you to run." They squeezed back into the boulder maze's passages, Stephanie leading, Amber clinging to her pack. The cold burned now, painful on exposed skin, making metal equipment dangerous to touch with bare hands. Stephanie's breath came in ragged clouds, her lungs protesting the supercooled air. Something moved in the passages ahead, not clearly. Just a suggestion of motion. A shadow that was too solid, that occupied space in a way shadows shouldn't. It flowed between boulders, keeping pace with them, but staying ahead, corralling them toward what? Deeper into the maze, away from the trail. Stephanie changed direction, choosing a passage that angled back toward the trail, toward open ground, where whatever this was couldn't use the terrain against them. The shadow blocked their path. It resolved for just a moment into something almost visible, tall, emaciated, with limbs too long and joints that bent wrong, a face that might have been human once, but had been stretched and distorted until it resembled something carved from ice and hunger. Its eyes reflected light that wasn't there, gleaming with an intelligence that was worse than animal cunning, because it was recognizable as human intelligence corrupted into something monstrous. Stephanie triggered the bear spray directly at it. The capsaicin stream hit the thing, and it screamed again, that hybrid sound of beast and person staggering backward. But not from pain, from offense, as if the spray had violated some rule it expected her to follow. It recovered almost instantly, lunging forward with speed that defied physics. "Run!" Stephanie shoved Amber toward the nearest passage. "Go, go, go!" They ran. The boulder maze became a nightmarish blur of stone and cold, and that thing pursuing them, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, sometimes seeming to exist in multiple locations simultaneously. Stephanie lost track of direction, focused only on keeping Amber moving, on finding passages that led out rather than deeper in. Her hand found open air. They burst from the boulder field onto the exposed trail, stumbling into sunshine that felt shockingly warm after the glacial cold of the maze. Stephanie spun, bear spray ready, expecting the thing to follow. Nothing emerged. The boulder field sat silent, frost still coating the rocks nearest the passages, but whatever had chased them had stopped at the boundary between maze and trail. Territorial. Some part of Stephanie's mind catalogued. It doesn't want to leave its hunting ground. "Move!" she gasped. "Back toward trailhead. Now!" They moved, Amber limping but mobile, Stephanie constantly checking behind them. The cold receded as they put distance between themselves and the boulder field, temperature returning to normal summer ranges. At mile 7, Stephanie's radio crackled back to life. "Alsh, come in. Walsh, respond." She grabbed the radio. "This is Walsh. I have Santiago. We're mobile, descending approximately mile 7, requesting immediate evacuation and medical support at trailhead." "I copy that. Are you injured? What's your status?" "Santiago has moderate lacerations and possible mild hypothermia. I'm uninjured. We encountered..." She paused, uncertain how to report what they'd experienced in language that wouldn't get her flagged for psychological evaluation. "Unusual wildlife. Request full SAR team deployed to secure area." "Negative on wildlife reports from other hikers. What species?" Stephanie looked at Amber, whose eyes reflected the same uncertainty. "How do you report encountering something that violated natural law? How do you tell your superiors that something impossible had hunted you through boulder fields while manifesting winter in the middle of July?" "Unknown species," she said finally. "Large, aggressive, exhibited unusual behavior. Recommend area closure until properly assessed." They reached the trailhead 3 hours later, emerging from the wilderness to find an ambulance waiting, along with Chief Brennan, 2 SAR team members, and the kind of organized chaos that came with a successful rescue operation. Paramedics descended on Amber immediately. Brennan pulled Stephanie aside while they worked. "What really happened up there?" he asked quietly. Stephanie chose her words carefully. "Something chased us. I don't know what it was. It moved wrong, created localized cold that shouldn't be meteorologically possible, and demonstrated hunting behavior more sophisticated than any wildlife I've encountered in 20 years of backcountry work. Brennan's weathered face showed skepticism and concern in equal measure. You want me to close 11 miles of trail based on something weird? I want you to send a properly equipped team to investigate, bring thermal imaging, wildlife cameras, maybe fish and game involvement. Something is in that boulder field at mile 8, and it's dangerous. To his credit, Brennan didn't dismiss her outright. I'll send a team tomorrow morning, full safety protocols. If they confirm unusual activity, we'll consider temporary closure. He paused. You did good work today, Walsh. You brought her back. But Stephanie barely heard him. She was watching Amber being loaded into the ambulance, watching the young ranger's eyes scan the tree line with the perpetual vigilance of prey, and thinking about the thing they'd encountered, thinking about how it had moved with such intelligence, such purpose, such hunger. That night in her ranger housing unit, Stephanie couldn't sleep. She lay in darkness, listening to wind move through pines outside her window and researching on her laptop, searching for anything that matched what they'd experienced. Most results were useless tourist folklore about Bigfoot and urban legends. But eventually, she found references to Algonquian mythology, to stories of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit of winter and starvation that transformed humans into monsters, that embodied insatiable hunger, that hunted in the deep wilderness and left cold in its wake. The descriptions matched, too precisely to be coincidence. But Wendigo were First Nations mythology from the Great Lakes and Canada, not the Rocky Mountains. The Tetons had their own indigenous history, Shoshone, Crow, Blackfeet, but not the specific cultural traditions that had created Wendigo stories. Unless. Stephanie refined her search, adding terms about Grand Teton history, about early expeditions. Found a reference to the Spaulding-Peterson Party of 1927, 6 climbers and 2 guides who had entered Alaska Basin in October for a late-season mountaineering attempt. An early snowstorm trapped them for 3 weeks. When rescuers finally reached them in mid-November, they found only 2 survivors, both incoherent and suffering from severe frostbite and starvation. The official report mentioned unfortunate dietary necessities during extreme survival conditions. Cannibalism in Alaska Basin 81 years ago. One of the survivors, a climber named Thomas Hewitt from Ontario, had been confined to a psychiatric facility after repeatedly insisting that something had come into their camp during the starvation period, had whispered to them in the darkness, had promised them relief from hunger if they would just take the first bite. He died in institutional care in 1934, still raving about the thing in the mountains that ate human souls and transformed men into frozen hunger. Stephanie closed the laptop, her hands trembling. She didn't believe in supernatural entities. She believed in psychological trauma, in environmental stresses, in the ways that human perception could break down under extreme conditions. She believed in rational explanations, but she also believed in what she'd seen, in the thing that had stalked them through the boulder field, that had manifested impossible cold, that had moved with intelligence and hunger, and something that felt older than the mountains themselves. The SAR team went into Alaska Basin the next morning. 4 rangers, properly equipped, tasked with investigating the boulder field at mile 8 and retrieving Amber's abandoned survey equipment. They found her pack and scattered supplies. They found the blood trail. They found the frost patterns on the rocks, still present despite a night of normal July temperatures. They found tracks, not human, not quite animal, impressions in soft earth showing something bipedal but wrong, with foot anatomy that shouldn't exist, spaced in strides too long for any human gait. The tracks circled the boulder field in patterns that suggested territorial pacing, that implied intelligence enough to recognize boundaries. Brennan closed the Alaska Basin Trail pending environmental assessment and wildlife evaluation. The official reason cited concerns about a potentially aggressive large predator, species undetermined. Unofficially, the rangers who'd gone in came back spooked, unwilling to discuss details, but clearly having encountered something that shook their professional composure. Amber Santiago resigned 2 weeks later, citing personal reasons. She left Wyoming without saying goodbye, though she sent Stephanie a text message from her parents' house in New Mexico. "Thank you for coming for me. I can't go back. I can't explain what we saw, but it was real. It's still there. Be careful." Stephanie didn't resign. She couldn't. Because if something was hunting in Alaska Basin, something that had transformed humans through starvation and cold 80 years ago and still lingered in those high places, then someone needed to watch. Someone needed to remember. Someone needed to warn the next eager young ranger who wanted to conduct wildlife surveys in Death Canyon. She requested permanent assignment to Backcountry Patrol. Got it, partly because of her successful rescue of Amber, partly because few rangers wanted the isolated, demanding work. She spent the rest of that summer and the subsequent years hiking the Teton Wilderness, documenting, observing, watching for signs that the thing in the boulder field was expanding its territory. It never left Alaska Basin. But occasionally, when weather turned cold and storms rolled through in shoulder seasons, Stephanie would find things. Tracks that shouldn't exist. Frost patterns in sheltered areas where temperature shouldn't drop. Once a deer carcass stripped completely of flesh, but with the bones arranged in patterns that suggested intelligence rather than scavenger feeding. She photographed everything, kept detailed logs, built a file that she shared with no one because she knew how it would sound. The traumatized ranger who'd lost her partner and now saw monsters in every shadow. But on winter nights, when wind howled through the mountains, Stephanie would sometimes wake to the sound of something screaming in the distance. Not quite animal, not quite human, a sound of hunger that could never be satisfied. And she would check her windows, would make sure her doors were locked, would remember the way the thing in the boulder field had looked at her with stolen human intelligence and absolute predatory focus. She'd saved Amber, had brought her back from the wilderness alive, had done what she'd failed to do for Rachel, but she knew, with a certainty that lived deeper than rational thought, that she hadn't defeated the thing in Alaska Basin, hadn't even hurt it, had simply survived because it chose to let her survive, because one ranger escaping to spread fear and stories served its purposes better than one more meal. The Wendigo, if that's what it was, had been patient for 80 years. It could wait longer, could wait for the next party of hikers to get trapped by early snow, for the next desperate soul to violate the boundaries between human and monster, for the next opportunity to feed on terror and transformation and the particular flavor of human souls consumed by hunger. Stephanie kept hiking into Alaska Basin every few months, always in daylight, always properly equipped, documenting the signs that something unnatural hunted there. She told herself it was professional diligence, fulfilling her duty as a ranger to monitor potential hazards. But really, she was keeping vigil, standing watch over something that couldn't be killed or captured or explained in language that rational minds would accept. Because some hunts never end, some predators never die, and some wilderness areas remain wild, not despite human presence, but because something older and hungrier has claimed them first. On clear nights, she could see Alaska Basin from her ranger housing, a dark notch in the mountains where starlight seemed dimmer than it should be. And sometimes, though she told herself it was imagination, she thought she could see something moving up there. A pale figure in terrain too exposed for nighttime travel, pacing the boundaries of its territory, waiting with the patience of something that had already consumed time itself. Rachel had died to equipment failure and statistical impossibility. Amber had nearly died to something far worse. And Stephanie lived, suspended between the two, carrying knowledge that isolated her more completely than any mountain range could. She kept Rachel's photograph on her desk at the ranger station, young, smiling, alive in a moment before gravity and bad luck had transformed her into memory. Next to it, she placed a printout of the Wendigo folklore she'd researched, a reminder that some deaths were preventable and some were unavoidable, and some were caused by things that shouldn't exist, but did anyway. The Teton Range rose outside her window, magnificent and indifferent, holding secrets in its high basins that predated human language. And somewhere in those secrets, in the boulder fields of Alaska Basin where frost formed in July and screams echoed on windless nights, something waited, hungry, patient, still hunting. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Stephen Torres woke to his son screaming. The sound pulled him from sleep with the violence of a drowning man breaking the surface. One moment he was dreaming about his late wife's laugh. The next he was running down the hallway of their ranger housing, heart slamming against his ribs, his 11-year-old's terror echoing off the log walls. He hit the light switch. Nothing happened. Power was out again, third time this week. The Olympic Peninsula's constant rain played havoc with the electrical lines. "Dad!" Jamie's voice cracked on the word. "Dad, there's someone in my room!" Stephen grabbed the mag light from the hall table and burst through Jamie's door, sweeping the beam across the small bedroom. Empty. Window closed, but the air, Christ, the air reeked of wet earth and something underneath it, something organic and wrong that made Stephen's throat tighten. And there, spreading across the hardwood floor from the window to Jamie's bed, a trail of fresh black soil mixed with something that glistened in the flashlight beam. Jamie sat pressed against his headboard, blankets clutched to his chest, his face pale in the maglight's glare. "He was standing right there," the boy whispered, pointing to the foot of his bed. "Right there, Dad, looking at me. He didn't blink, not once." "Who, buddy? Who was looking at you?" "I don't know, but he smelled like when we found that dead elk last month, remember? When it had been dead for a while." Stephen's hand found the light switch instinctively, even though he knew the power was out. His mind was cataloging details with the trained efficiency of 15 years in law enforcement. The soil trail was too fresh, still damp. The window was latched from the inside. They were on the second floor of the ranger housing, no tree branches close enough to reach, no ladder outside. The muddy footprints were adult-sized, barefoot, and they stopped at the bed. Just stopped, as if whoever made them had simply vanished, or climbed in with Jamie. Stephen crossed to the window, examining the glass. On the outside surface, at eye level, muddy fingerprints. 5 of them pressed against the pane with enough force to leave smears. Stephen's flashlight beam revealed something else that made his stomach drop. The prints were on the outside of a second-story window, but the angles were wrong. The fingers had been pointing downward, as if whatever made them had been hanging upside down against the glass, looking in. "Get dressed," Stephen said, keeping his voice steady for Jamie's sake. "Pack a bag, we're going to the station." "It's 3 a.m. "I don't care. Move." While Jamie dressed, Stephen checked the rest of the house. More soil traces in the hallway, a few on the stairs leading to the front door, which stood slightly ajar, despite Stephen's certainty that he'd locked it before bed. He always locked it. Ever since Kelly died 2 years ago in the car accident, he'd been obsessive about locks and smoke detectors and having an emergency plan. Single father paranoia, his fellow rangers called it. Now, staring at the open door and the trail of grave dirt leading inside, he wondered if paranoia had been justified all along. His cell phone showed 3:17 a.m. and no signal, standard for this part of Olympic National Park, where mountains and rainforest created dead zones that even the best towers couldn't penetrate. Stephen's ranger housing sat on the edge of the Hoh Rainforest, one of the most isolated postings in the park system, surrounded by 140 inches of annual rainfall and trees that had been growing since before Columbus. Beautiful during the day, suffocating at night. They took Stephen's truck, a 2002 Ford Ranger with mud tires and a rack of emergency lights that he activated despite the empty pre-dawn roads. Jamie sat silent in the passenger seat, still pale, clutching a backpack with his Nintendo Game Boy and a change of clothes. Stephen wanted to ask more questions about the figure in his room, but part of him didn't want to know. Didn't want to put words to the dread growing in his chest, like frost spreading across glass. The ranger station was 12 miles away, a drive that took 25 minutes on the winding forest roads. Stephen made it in 18, his headlights cutting through mist that rose from the ground like exhalation. Twice he thought he saw movement in the trees, something keeping pace with the truck, loping on 4 legs or possibly 2, hard to tell through the fog and the Douglas firs that crowded the roadside like witnesses. The station was dark, except for the emergency lights. Stephen parked and hustled Jamie inside, locking the door behind them and immediately checking the windows. All secure. The building was concrete and steel, built in the 1970s, when the Park Service still prioritized function over aesthetics. It smelled like coffee and old paper and the mildew that crept into everything on the peninsula, despite best efforts. "Stay in the break room," Stephen told Jamie. "Lock the door. Don't open it unless you hear my voice." "Where are you going?" "To check something. I'll be right back." Stephen's office was a small room cluttered with incident reports, trail maps, and photographs of the park's various ecosystems. He pulled up the missing persons database on his desktop computer. The station had satellite internet that actually worked, and entered search parameters. Juvenile male, Olympic National Park, last 30 days. 3 results. 3 boys, all around Dylan Morrison's age. All reported missing while hiking with their families in different sections of the park. All vanished without a trace, despite extensive search operations. Stephen had participated in 2 of the searches himself. Standard assumption had been that they'd gotten lost, fallen into ravines, been taken by the elements or wild animals. Olympic could kill you 100 different ways if you didn't respect it. But now, Stephen pulled up the incident details and saw patterns he'd missed before. Each disappearance had occurred on a night with no moon. Each family had reported strange occurrences before the boy vanished. Livestock acting disturbed, unusual animal sounds near their campsites, family members experiencing vivid nightmares about being watched. And in 2 cases, investigators had found traces of disturbed earth near the last known locations, as if something had been digging. Stephen's phone rang. His work landline, not the cell. He grabbed it. "Olympic Station, Ranger Torres." "Stephen." The voice was Robert Morrison's, Dylan's father, hoarse with exhaustion and fear. "Stephen, you need to get to the hospital. It's Dylan. He's back." The drive to Forks Community Hospital took 40 minutes. Stephen brought Jamie, unwilling to leave him alone even in the locked station. The boy fell asleep against the passenger window, exhausted, while Stephen's mind raced through impossible scenarios. Dylan Morrison had been missing for 72 hours, vanished from a family camping trip near the Kinnaul River. Massive search operation, dogs, helicopter with thermal imaging, volunteers from 3 counties. Nothing. And now he was back? Robert Morrison met them in the hospital parking lot. The man looked like he'd aged a decade in 3 days. Unshaven, eyes red-rimmed, shirt buttoned wrong. "They found him walking on Highway 101 about 2 hours ago," Robert said. "Just walking, barefoot, covered in mud. He won't talk, won't say where he's been or what happened. The doctors can't find anything physically wrong with him. But Stephen, his eyes, there's something wrong with his eyes." Jamie stirred awake as they entered the hospital. The fluorescent lights made everything look sterile and false. A doctor met them outside Dylan's room, Dr. Patricia Chen, ER attending, looking puzzled and concerned in equal measure. "He's stable," she said. "Vitals are normal. No signs of dehydration or malnutrition despite being missing for 3 days. No injuries. But his behavior is..." She paused, searching for words. "Dissociative. He responds to simple commands but doesn't speak. And there's one other thing." She led them to Dylan's room. Through the observation window, Stephen saw the 12-year-old boy sitting on the examination table, hospital gown hanging loose on his thin frame. His parents stood nearby, his mother crying silently. Dylan stared straight ahead, unblinking, his face slack and empty as a mannequin's. "His core body temperature is 87 degrees, Dr. Chen said quietly. "That's hypothermic range. Should be causing severe symptoms, confusion, loss of coordination, cardiac arrhythmia. But he's functioning normally except for the non-responsive behavior. And when we drew blood, the lab ran it twice because they thought there was a contamination. There's something in his system that shouldn't be there. Elevated levels of cadaverine and putrescine, compounds associated with decomposition." Stephen's mouth went dry. "What does that mean?" "I don't know. I've contacted a specialist at Seattle Medical, but they can't get anyone here until tomorrow morning. For now, we're keeping him under observation." Dr. Chen glanced through the window at Dylan, and Stephen saw something flicker across her professional composure. Fear. "Ranger Torres, in your experience with wildlife and environmental factors in the park, have you ever heard of anything that could cause this?" Stephen thought about the mud in Jamie's room, the footprints on the second-story window pointing downward, the 3 other missing boys, the smell of rot and earth. "No," he lied. "Nothing like this." Jamie pressed his face against the observation window. "Dylan!" he called out. "Dylan, it's me, Jamie!" The boy on the examination table turned his head, too smoothly, like it was mounted on ball bearings instead of vertebrae. His eyes found Jamie through the glass, and Stephen felt his son go rigid beside him. "Dad," Jamie whispered. "Dad, that's not Dylan." "What do you mean, buddy?" "That's not him. It looks like him, but it's not. His eyes, they're wrong, like the man in my room. They don't blink right. They blink sideways." Stephen looked closer. Dylan's eyes were tracking Jamie, and as he watched, the boy's eyelids closed, but not from top to bottom. They closed from the sides, nictitating membranes sliding across the corneas like a reptile's. There and gone so fast, Stephen almost missed it. "Jesus Christ," he breathed. Dylan's mouth opened. His lips moved, forming words without sound. Stephen couldn't hear through the glass, but he could read lips well enough after years of working in high-wind environments where shouted conversations were the norm. The boy was saying the same 2 words over and over. "He's coming! He's coming! He's coming!" Stephen grabbed Jamie and Robert Morrison, pulling them away from the window. "We need to leave now." "What? Why?" Robert looked at him like he was insane. "That's my son in there." "That's not your son." Stephen's ranger training warred with his rational mind, the part that insisted this was impossible, that there had to be a logical explanation. But he'd seen too much in the past few hours to cling to logic. "Something's wrong. Something's very wrong, and we need to get somewhere safe." The lights went out. Emergency generators kicked in after 3 seconds, bathing the hospital corridor in red emergency lighting. Through the observation window, Dylan's room was dark, except for the exit sign above the door. Stephen could see the boy's silhouette, standing now, facing the glass. His eyes reflected the red light like an animal's, twin coins of crimson shine. Then he smiled, and his mouth was full of too many teeth. The observation window exploded outward. Safety glass turned to pellets that sprayed across the corridor. Dylan, the thing wearing Dylan, climbed through the shattered frame with movements that were liquid and wrong, joints bending in directions that would shatter bones. His mother screamed. His father lunged forward, trying to reach him, and the creature that had been Dylan moved faster than anything human should move, crossing 10 feet in an instant and sinking its teeth into Robert Morrison's throat. Blood sprayed in arterial jets, painting the walls, the floor, Stephen's face. He grabbed Jamie and ran, pulling the boy away from the scene, away from Robert's gurgling screams and his wife's shrieks and the wet tearing sounds that his brain refused to process. Behind them, the hospital erupted into chaos, alarms, shouting, the creatures snarling that sounded like a rabid dog, crossed with something that had learned to speak and forgotten how. They made it to the parking lot. Stephen threw Jamie into the truck, fired the engine, and peeled out as people in hospital scrubs ran from the building. In his rearview mirror, he saw the thing that looked like Dylan Morrison standing in the emergency room entrance, covered in Robert Morrison's blood, watching them leave with eyes that reflected red in the taillights. Jamie was sobbing. Stephen drove, hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, his mind fracturing. What he'd just seen was impossible. Medically impossible. Physically impossible. But it had happened. He'd watched it happen. "The man in my room," Jamie managed through his tears. That's what he looked like. His eyes, the way he moved. "Dad, what's happening?" Stephen's phone rang, his personal cell, signal somehow working despite the dead zone. He answered on speaker. "Torres. Ranger Torres, this is Magda Popescu." The voice was elderly, heavily accented, Eastern European, Romanian maybe. "You don't know me, but I live in Forks. I'm calling because I heard on the scanner about the boy at the hospital, about what he did, and I think I know what's happening to these children." "Who is this? How did you get my number?" "Directory assistance, Mr. Torres. Please. I know you won't believe me, but you must listen. What you're dealing with, we have a name for it in my country. Strigoi, the undead, the ones who return." Stephen's rational mind wanted to hang up, to dismiss this as a crank call, but his hands kept the phone pressed to his ear. "That's folklore, ghost stories." "Yes, ghost stories we told because they were true. I came to America in 1952, Mr. Torres. I came because my village in Romania was destroyed by what you call ghost stories. I've been tracking similar incidents in your park for 3 years now. The missing children, the livestock deaths, the reports of disturbed graves in the old pioneer cemetery near Lake Crescent. This is not the first time Strigoi have manifested in Olympic, but it's getting worse. Something is calling them. Something or someone. Even if I believed you, which I don't, what am I supposed to do about it? You protect your son. Because Strigoi don't take children randomly, Mr. Torres. They choose them. They mark them. And if your boy has seen one and survived, he's been marked for transformation. The creature will come for him. Probably tonight, probably when the moon sets and the darkest part of night arrives. That's when they're strongest. How do I stop it? Silence on the line. Rain hammered Stephen's windshield, the Olympic Peninsula performing its nightly baptism. Finally, Magda spoke. "In the old country, we had methods. Hawthorne stakes through the heart, beheading and burning the body, exhumation and proper burial rites. But those only work if you can find the original corpse, the first Strigoi, the one that's creating the others. Kill that, and the transformations stop. The newly turned might be saved." Dylan Morrison, if he's been turned, like you say, he can still be saved. But only if you destroy the Master Strigoi. And to do that, you need to find where it rests during the day. Strigoi are corpses, Mr. Torres. They need to return to their grave soil to regenerate. Look for disturbed earth, for places where the dead should rest, but don't. The call ended. Stephen stared at his phone, then at Jamie, who'd stopped crying and was listening with the wide-eyed intensity of a child trying to make sense of an adult world gone mad. "Dad, Mrs. Popescu used to bring cookies to school on Romanian holidays. She told us stories about vampires, but they weren't like in movies. She said real vampires were just dead people who came back wrong. Jamie, I believe her. I believe it because I saw that thing in my room, and it wasn't alive, Dad. It was dead but moving, like Dylan. Dylan's dead, isn't he? He died in the woods, and something brought him back. Stephen wanted to deny it, wanted to tell his son that there were logical explanations, that science and reason would prevail, that monsters weren't real. But he'd watched a 12-year-old boy tear out a man's throat with inhuman strength and speed. He'd seen the blood, smelled the death, felt the wrongness radiating from Dylan's transformed body, like heat from a fire. Yeah, Stephen said quietly. I think he is. They drove to the ranger station, and Stephen armed himself. His service weapon, a Glock 22, that would be useless against what they were facing but provided psychological comfort. His backup pistol, 2 maglights, his emergency radio, a GPS unit, a first aid kit that wouldn't help against the undead, but might help against everything else the Olympic wilderness could throw at them. He also grabbed 2 items from the evidence locker. A combat knife from a previous arrest, 8 inches of carbon steel, and a small hatchet confiscated from illegal tree cutting. Not hawthorn stakes, but sharp metal that could sever a spine. Where are we going? Jamie asked. To find where it's sleeping. If Mrs. Popescu is right, and God help me, I think she is, we need to find the original Strigoi, the one that created Dylan, the one that came into our house tonight. Stephen pulled up a topographical map of Olympic National Park on his computer and marked locations. The 3 other missing boys' last known positions, Dylan's campsite, his own ranger housing. They formed a rough circle about 15 miles in diameter, centered on an area near Lake Quinault. There, Stephen said, tapping the screen. Old Rainier Cemetery, established in 1897, abandoned in the 1940s, when they relocated most of the bodies to Forks. But the historical records show at least 30 graves that were never successfully exhumed. Ground was too wet, too unstable. Some of the dead just stayed. And you think that's where it is? Only one way to find out. They left at first light, the perpetual Olympic rain turning from darkness to grey dawn, without ever actually becoming day. Stephen had called Tom Chen, no relation to Dr. Chen, the senior ranger and his supervisor, and left a voicemail explaining where he was going and why, knowing it sounded insane, hoping that if he didn't come back, someone would at least know where to search. He didn't mention Strigoi, just said he was investigating a lead on the missing children cases. The drive to Lake Quinault took 90 minutes on logging roads that were more mud than gravel. Jamie stayed quiet, playing his Game Boy with the sound off, occasionally looking out the window at the forest, pressing close on both sides. The rainforest here was primordial. Sitka spruce and western hemlock that reached 200 feet tall, their trunks draped in moss that hung like burial shrouds, the ground thick with ferns and rotting logs that fed new growth in the endless cycle of death and renewal. Old Rainier Cemetery wasn't marked on modern maps. Stephen found it using GPS coordinates from historical documents, following a trail that had been overgrown for decades. They parked and continued on foot, Stephen carrying the hatchet and knife, Jamie staying close behind him. The cemetery appeared through the mist like a wound in the forest. Headstones leaned at drunken angles, some fallen completely, others so weathered the names were illegible. The ground was torn up in multiple places, fresh excavations, black soil mounded around holes that descended into darkness. The smell hit them before they reached the fence. Rot and wet earth, and something sweetly nauseating that Stephen's brain insisted was decomposition. "Stay behind me," Stephen whispered. They moved between the graves, Stephen's maglight sweeping across the disturbed earth. Some of the holes were shallow, just a few feet deep, Others went down far enough that the flashlight beam couldn't find the bottom. At the center of the cemetery, beneath a stone angel whose face had eroded away, Stephen found what he was looking for. A grave that had been excavated from below. Dirt pushed up from inside, as if something had clawed its way to the surface. The headstone was partially legible. Here lies Urianu, died 19. May he find peace. Murianu, a voice said behind them. Stephen spun, raising the hatchet. Magda Popescu stood at the cemetery entrance, leaning on a wooden cane, her ancient face creased with lines that spoke of decades of knowledge and sorrow. She wore a heavy coat despite the June weather and carried a canvas bag that bulged with angular shapes. The grave says Murianu, she continued, approaching slowly. I've been researching the old cemetery records. Nicolae Murianu, Romanian immigrant, died in 1903 under suspicious circumstances. The local doctor noted unusual post-mortem changes in his report. The body remained too flexible, showed no rigor mortis, appeared to have moved in the coffin after death. Classic signs of Strigoi transformation. But this was America, and nobody believed in such things, so they buried him anyway. And now he's awake, Stephen said. Now he's awake, and hungry, and creating others like him. Magda reached into her bag and produced 3 wooden stakes, their tips carved to wicked points. Hawthorne, I've kept these for years, hoping I'd never need them. But I've been watching the patterns, Mr. Torres, the missing children, the animal deaths. I knew it was only a matter of time. How do we kill it? We find it in its daytime rest. We stake it through the heart. We remove the head. We burn both separately. She handed him the stakes. Simple in theory, difficult in practice because Strigoi are cunning. They hide, they set traps. And if we fail, if we allow it to wake and transform before we finish the ritual, we die. Jamie gripped Stephen's sleeve. Dad, I don't want to do this. Neither do I, buddy. But if we don't, that thing comes for you tonight, and I won't let that happen. They descended into the excavated grave. Stephen first, then Jamie, then Magda, moving with surprising agility for her age. The tunnel beneath the casket angled sharply downward, following what might have been an old animal burrow, or might have been something the Strigoi had dug itself over decades of nocturnal activity. The walls were slick with moisture and something else, something organic that squelched under Stephen's hands as he crawled. The tunnel opened into a chamber, a natural cavity in the bedrock that had been expanded by years of clawing. Stephen's flashlight beam revealed a nightmare. Bones scattered across the floor, some animal, but some disturbingly human-sized. Clothing scraps that might have belonged to the missing boys. And in the center, curled in a depression filled with grave dirt, a figure. It had been a man once, Nicolae Murianu, if Magda was right. But a century of death and unnatural animation had transformed it into something that only approximated human form. The skin was grey-white, mottled with liver spots and patches of fungal growth. The fingers were elongated, nails grown into yellowed claws. The face, Christ, the face still bore traces of what Murianu had been. But the eyes were sunken hollows, and the mouth was a lipless gash full of broken teeth. It was sleeping, or resting, or whatever Strigoi did during daylight hours when their unnatural vitality waned. Now, Magda whispered, pressing a stake into Stephen's hand. Before it wakes. Stephen approached the creature, raised the stake, aimed for where the heart should be. The Strigoi's eyes snapped open. They were white, completely white. No iris or pupil, just milky cataracts that somehow still saw. The creature's mouth opened in a scream that was less sound than sensation, a vibration that rattled Stephen's bones and made Jamie cry out. It rose with impossible speed, knocking Stephen backward, the stake flying from his hand. Magda lunged forward, driving her own stake toward the creature's chest. It caught her wrist with one clawed hand, twisted, and Stephen heard bones snap. The old woman gasped, but didn't scream, kicking at the Strigoi legs, trying to create distance. Stephen grabbed the hatchet from his belt and swung. The blade bit into the creature's shoulder, cutting through desiccated muscle and scraping bone. Black fluid, not blood, something thicker and fouler, sprayed across the chamber walls. The Strigoi released Magda and turned on Stephen, its white eyes fixing on him with predatory intelligence. "You," it said, and its voice was wind through a graveyard, dry leaves and rattling breath. "You who would destroy me. You who would end my feeding." It moved closer, hunching under the low ceiling. "I know your fear, Stephen Torres. I tasted it when I visited your home, when I looked through your son's window and saw the delicious terror in his sleeping face. I know everything about you now. Stay away from my son. But he's so young, so full of warm life. When I transform him, and I will, once I've fed enough to regain my strength, he'll be like Dylan, forever young, forever hungry, forever mine." Stephen swung the hatchet again. The Strigoi dodged with liquid grace, then was on him, impossibly strong hands gripping his throat. Stephen's vision began to tunnel, darkness creeping in from the edges, the hatchet falling from nerveless fingers. Jamie drove the fallen hawthorn stake into the creature's back. The boy had grabbed the stake Stephen had dropped and rammed it between the Strigoi's shoulder blades with all the strength his 11-year-old frame possessed. It didn't penetrate the heart. The angle was wrong, but it went deep enough to make the creature release Stephen and spin toward this new threat. "No!" Stephen lunged, grabbing the Strigoi from behind, wrapping his arms around its torso in a bear hug that pinned its arms. The creature thrashed, its strength overwhelming, but Stephen held on, aware that he was embracing a corpse, that the thing in his arms was dead tissue, animated by hunger and rage, and something older than any folklore could explain. "Jamie! The stake! Drive it through!" The boy understood. He grabbed a second stake from where Magda had dropped it, positioned the point over the Strigoi's chest, and slammed his palm against the blunt end. The wood punched through desiccated skin and ribs that cracked like dry branches. The creature screamed, that same bone-rattling scream, and bucked in Stephen's grip with enough force to throw them both to the ground. Stephen felt the Strigoi's body seize, felt it stiffen, felt the unnatural vitality drain like water from a broken vessel. The white eyes dimmed, the clawed hands went slack, and Nicolae Murianu became what he should have been a century ago, just a corpse, finally at rest. Magda struggled to her feet, cradling her broken wrist. "Quickly, we must finish it. Head and heart separated and burned, or it might regenerate. Udi, they didn't have the tools to behead it properly, so Stephen used the hatchet, making a mess of what should have been surgical, but managing through repeated blows to sever the spine and separate the head from the body. Jamie threw up in the corner of the chamber, and Stephen didn't blame him. He wanted to do the same. They wrapped both pieces in the tarp Stephen had brought and hauled them to the surface. The rain had stopped. First break in the weather Stephen had seen all week. They piled deadwood and fallen branches in the cemetery's center, placed the Strigoi's remains on top, and used the emergency flares from Stephen's truck to ignite it. The fire burned hot and fast, consuming the century-old flesh with greedy flames that crackled and popped as moisture and other fluids boiled away. As the fire burned, Stephen's radio crackled to life, Tom Chen's voice urgent. "Torres, this is Chen. Respond immediately. We have a situation at Forks Hospital. Dylan Morrison has regained consciousness. He's speaking, seems oriented, doesn't remember anything after going missing. Dr. Chen says his body temperature is normalizing. Whatever was happening to him, it's reversing. Do you copy?" Stephen keyed his radio. "I copy, Tom. The situation is resolved. I'll brief you when I return to station." "What situation? Your voicemail didn't make any..." "Later, Tom. Torres out." Magda watched the fire with eyes that had seen too much. The other children, the ones taken before Dylan, they might also recover if we were quick enough, or they might be too far transformed. We won't know until we find them. And if they're too far gone? She didn't answer. Didn't need to. Stephen understood. If the other boys had been dead too long, had been fed from too many times, had begun their own transformation into Strigoi, then they'd need to find them and repeat what they'd done today. Find them and end them before they could create more undead. The fire burned down to ash. Stephen stirred it with a stick, making sure nothing remained but carbon and bone fragments. The smell of burning flesh, even dead, animated flesh, would stay with him forever. He looked at Jamie, who sat on a fallen log, pale and shaking but alive. Still alive, still human. "Is it over?" the boy asked. Stephen wanted to say yes, wanted to believe that burning Nikolai Murianu had ended the threat, that Olympic National Park could return to being just a beautiful, dangerous wilderness instead of a hunting ground for the undead. But he thought about the other missing boys, about the abandoned cemetery and the 30 graves that had never been properly exhumed, about the fact that Murianu might not have been the only Strigoi resting in Olympic's rainforest. "For now," he said, "it's over for now." They buried the ashes, mixed them with salt and iron filings that Magda produced from her bag. Traditional methods, she explained, to bind the dead and prevent any resurrection. Then they returned to town, Stephen driving, while Magda gave him the names of other European immigrants who'd settled on the peninsula over the past century. Other families who'd brought their folklore and possibly their monsters across the Atlantic. Dylan Morrison recovered fully within 3 days. He remembered nothing after leaving his family's campsite to gather firewood. The other missing boys were found alive, disoriented, hypothermic, but alive, wandering the forest in various locations. All showed elevated levels of decomposition markers in their blood work that slowly normalized. Dr. Chen published a paper on unexplained hypothermic amnesia in pediatric wilderness exposure cases that baffled the medical community and was eventually dismissed as regional anomaly. Stephen Torres continued working as a ranger at Olympic National Park. He partnered with Magda Popescu, who proved to be a wealth of knowledge about the region's hidden history, the forgotten graves, the old superstitions, the stories that European immigrants had brought with them and tried to leave behind. Together, they quietly monitored the park for signs of supernatural activity, responding to reports of disturbed graves and missing persons with a level of awareness that other rangers lacked. Jamie grew up knowing that monsters were real. He handled it better than Stephen expected, though the boy refused to sleep with his window open and kept a hawthorn stake under his bed until he left for college. They never spoke about what happened in Old Rainier Cemetery, but it bonded them in ways that normal father-son relationships couldn't match. They'd faced death together, true death, the kind that walked and hungered and survived. 3 months after Nikolai Murianu's destruction, Stephen received a package at the ranger station. No return address. Inside, a leather-bound journal written in Romanian with English translations in the margins. Magda's handwriting. The journal documented 50 years of Strigoi activity in the Pacific Northwest, from 1903 to 1952, including detailed descriptions of other undead manifestations, their weaknesses and methods of destruction. A note was paperclipped to the first page, for when you need it. And you will need it, Stephen. Olympic is beautiful, but it's old. And old places remember what modern people prefer to forget. The dead don't always stay buried here. Someone has to watch. Someone has to remember. Now that's you, MP. Stephen filed the journal in his desk's locked drawer, hoping he'd never need to reference it again. But he knew better. Olympic National Park stretched across nearly 1 million acres of wilderness, much of it unexplored, all of it old beyond human reckoning. If one Strigoi had found rest in its rainforest, others might too. And as long as Stephen Torres wore the ranger badge, as long as his son lived in the shadow of those ancient trees, he'd be watching, Because some stories aren't metaphors, some warnings are literal, and some monsters are just the dead who forgot to stay that way. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened.